Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to The Big Thing Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. Is this game optimized for this?
Definitely.
Chris Wolfhart.
Groovy.
And Dr. Aggro.
Double plus ungood.
Here on GigaBoots. This episode contains discussions of things such as Earthworm Kim. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wish I would have been advised of co-host discretion. That doesn't sound like a thing I should be exposed to.
I'm sorry.
No, it's important.
Wait.
Good and important.
So's uranium, but I don't want to be exposed to it.
We emerged through the other end of the Demon Pit week, formerly known as the Demon Pit month, which we did not announce the week during Big Think last week because we thought it would be much funnier to finish the first stream by going, yeah, we're doing another Tuesday. See ya. She's right above me.
Yeah, I think what made it way worse is I thought any of the streams would be shorter at all, but we got blatantly incorrect times for stuff like Earthworm Jim 3D.
Yeah, Earthworm Jim 3D is how long to beat? It's like 9 hours. And I'm like, to someone who already fully knows how to beat the game?
If you have the strategy guide open and you follow a YouTube video, yeah, sure.
Well, why would you play video games under any other circumstances than those? I don't understand.
Wait, you're playing games that are new to you? Oh my god. What are you, 16? Ugh. Yeah, I actually heard of another streamer. By the way, to beat Earthworm Jim 3D, you have to 95... It's a 3D platformer, okay? A collectathon. You have to 95% one of the collectibles and 100% the other.
Yeah, it's unhinged.
Okay, but like, how automatic is that collection?
Not
at all.
It's like pulling teeth.
Yeah, one of the things,
Yeah.
the one you need 95%, imagine collecting every single coin.
But it's the original Banjo-Kazooie system of, if you die, we reset the thing, we only store your high score.
Hell. Go to hell.
Yeah. This game fundamentally did not understand the point of a 3D collectathon platformer, because the idea, to me, as someone who loves Mario 64 and many others, is you get to choose your challenges and what you enjoy and then focus on that and take that down, right? Not, you have to do everything anyways. Fuck you, kid. Yeah, so we had to get 950 marbles and 100% of the golden udders. And the golden udders are in Earthworm Jim 3D, the equivalent of stars in Mario 64, or jiggies in Banjo-Kazooie. Which was already deranged enough, because the game doesn't really lead you towards them. Like in Mario 64, you get a star select, it has text that might maybe imply where it might be contained.
Right.
But multiple times, we just ended up in a level wandering around like we were in a dead mall.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, we did everything.
Yeah, every enemy's dead.
What do you want?
We have no idea what the game wants. There's a lot of just that energy of old PC game of, okay, I'm not the designer. Give me a hint.
Do you think the British just have like a curse on the entire island where any game they make turns into this?
Well, we started to wonder if like the British really hate children. Just like really hate children. Because that would explain a lot of these choices across all these games.
I'm just imagining a tiny English orphan with a bowl full of notes. Please, sir, I'd like some more.
I'd like to progress. I have all these notes. Please.
You want to see level 2?
Do you even fucking need notes in Banjo-Tooie? Are there still note doors in that?
I don't know with Tui.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I think you I think you use the notes to buy moves from Sergeant Jam jars, but that might be it.
Yeah, I think that is it. I think that's all. Yeah. So, Aggro, it's time. You may now know the secret.
Okay, but like I play Magic, so I know may means that I can choose not to.
Sorry, you will now know the secret. Earthworm Jim 3D is a 3D platformer collectathon where you travel through the mind of Earthworm Jim to different realms of his various brains, because, you know, worms, multiple brains, very funny. To explore his trauma, because you see he's in the hospital and he suffered a concussion or something, and you need to piece his mind back together. You're collecting his marbles because he lost his marbles. It's just like Hook.
That's sufficiently cute.
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing. There are 10 levels in this game. 4 of them are horror themed. And then 2 each of the 3 other themes, right? So it's really weird when it just goes, hey, Gex 3D had some cool horror themed levels. What if we were just almost that half of like our entire game was that by weight?
And you say the other 2 themes are 2 levels each, but considering the other 2 themes are like barnyard, Western, and fast food, I feel like it's really barnyard and Western feel the same.
I mean, they
Like,
both
those are too
feel
close.
They both feel like Looney Tunes like Looney Tunes fucking cartoons.
Yeah.
They both have that vibe of this could have been in a Looney Tunes platformer.
I mean, the difference they tried to make was Western is you kill a lot of grandmas.
Yeah, you
which is a
could-
really
you-
weird distinction to make.
It is important. It is imperative. It is the core of those levels that you commit total grandma genocide.
No, I'm sorry. Is that Western or Barnyard?
Western.
Huh.
You also need to kill all the potatoes. So here's an example of one of the decipherable but still pretty insane golden udders. You'll talk to a dude inside of a secret passage that you get after unlocking almost everything in the level. And then this dude will just be like, by the way, there are these potatoes. Shoot them. And you'll get a really claustrophobic shot of a potato somewhere. And what you need to determine from this one camera shot of this one potato in a place you can't possibly decipher is that in every room in the entire level, they have shoved into the skybox potatoes that pop up and back down, and you need to kill every last one of them. They're hidden in every nook of every room, and then you will get one golden udder. And that's one of the more decipherable ones based on the tools they gave us for a late stage golden udder. But as you go into Earthworm Jim's fear, happiness, what else was there?
Fantasy,
and didn't they call one just memory?
I think so.
Because it was supposed to.
Yeah, because it was his alleged Vietnam War memories. And that was a barnyard for some reason.
Yep. You fight these bosses all in the same way, and it's called pork boarding. You ride a pig, and you do a battle that is mechanically the most sinister thing I've ever engaged with. Aggro, there are 100 marbles, most of which are on the field, okay?
Okay.
The boss has powers you do not, and they are competing for the same 100 marbles on the field. However, they started with like 30 or some higher number. And you need to shoot them with a projectile to knock the marbles out of them and grab them. But they can do the same to you. The game will not end until you have literally all 100 marbles. So if they hold one, it will not end. Now, this was already, you designed a game wrong. Like, this is baby's first card game they thought of that they didn't think through the mechanics of, tier.
It sounds like a neat idea until you playtest it once.
Then the second boss had teleportation powers and could just keep teleporting on top of the projectile ammo and shooting us. We would get down like really early on. I think my second or third try, I got within 8 of winning. And then he just shut my ass down by teleporting onto it again and again and again and again and again. And then, you know, also if he drops marbles, he can pick them up on his way out from being hit.
And you have a health bar, so you can die during this segment. They cannot.
Oh, fuck that.
So that's every boss battle. You do one in each of the 4 brains Earthworm Jim's traveling to. And then you reveal the final boss of Earthworm Jim 3D, Earthworm Kim, because Earthworm Jim 3D establishes Earthworm Jim is trans. And he literally is going to be taken over by his inner female. So he needs to literally win this marble chase and drown her. That is the only way Earthworm Jim can escape his mind trauma.
Harrowing.
Yeah.
I expect twists like this on 7th gen games. I don't expect them at the end of 3D platformers on the N64.
Yeah.
This is not something that happens in the Earthworm Jim cartoon, but it is psychotic in the exact same way as things in the Earthworm Jim cartoon, where Jim's like, here, I have this time traveling sword. I'm gonna make the penny change. And he goes back in time and shaves Abraham Lincoln. And when he gets back, Peter Puppy, the sidekick, is a Southern gentleman. Because the implication is that changed history.
Yes, he couldn't have won the war without the beard. So that was a lot to deal with after going through the rest of Earthworm Jim 3D. That it's literally there's a monologue from Earthworm Kim where Jim doesn't say a whole lot, where she explains that she has been in his subconscious this whole time. She will rise up and take over his puny male body, and that you must defeat her. When you bump into her, the player character literally becomes Earthworm Kim. And if you collect all the marbles as Earthworm Kim, you lose. There is no like alternate ending.
Yeah, I was like, they could salvage this if they give you a good ending for doing this.
Right.
But they did not.
No, you get a death animation.
Yes.
You
Look, they
became
didn't have time
Earthworm
to make
Kim.
shit.
It had complete ego death for some reason. So, in the good ending, you defeat Earthworm Kim. You get all the golden udders from her, which is you, and has been all along, implications in that text. She drowns, which just makes me think of Bioshock Infinite. And then you go to leave your mind now that you've regained it, and a fridge drops on you as a running gag that has happened the whole game, thus killing Earthworm Jim because he rejected his inner woman.
What did we learn here today?
Don't know.
I guess we learned not to do it again.
I just whatever we did, don't do it again.
No.
I can't. You know, Hayes told me that I should expect at any moment to go into a 7th gen shooter and just hear a slur.
Right.
It taught me that. I felt a little safe in the N64 era from a twist that the writer's like, this is comedy gold. And you're like, hey, Tom, you dealing with something you want to talk about? Because we're here for you, man.
I have consistently heard that the creator of Earthworm Jim is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But I never wanted to look into it because, like, they're an illustrator from a certain time period, and when those guys go wacky, it's sinister.
I think he's just like a completely bog standard fundamentalist. Like, I don't even think he's like crazy in an interesting way.
Yeah. If you 100% the game, which we had missed 3 marbles in a level we had spent forever in, you get to play as Earthworm Kim. It becomes the game's like new hard mode, and you take extra damage. Oh, also,
Topical.
there was also a joke of Earthworm Kim's taking over your body so that way she can use her credit cards for shopping. That was also in that monologue.
Yeah, Women Be Shopping. It was 1999 or 2001 or somewhere around then. And
You know, God damn it. I spent my I spent my entire childhood and adolescence
Mhm.
having to shit and listen to executives tell me that boys don't like girl characters. And this is before like the internet, so we couldn't directly tell them back like, no, you just keep making shitty girl characters because you think we won't like them anyway.
Yeah. No, it's really weird.
And nowadays we have shitty girl characters because the idea is they'll like it just because it's a girl. So we reversed that problem to have the exact same problem.
Yeah, when I think about early on, like girl characters that popped for me as a kid that like were like, this person's awesome. It was like what is it? Penny and Inspector Gadget and the Sailor Scouts.
Okay.
And then a giant vast wasteland around them. Just because, yeah, there were so many condescending characters. I really did feel safe in Earthworm Jim 3D from completely insane twists at the end.
Mm-hmm. But that's something they designed not to be ever seen. So, because we talked about how the rest of the game is designed, so they can put anything there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I should roll that back a bit. And Pepper Ann. She's like 1 in a million. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Jesus.
Okay, you didn't know, so I can't get too mad this time. Please never mention Pepper Ann ever again.
Okay, fine, sure. Guy hates gingers. I don't know. Fucking-
It exists in the same space as God. What was that fucking cartoon? It was about Pelswick. It exists in the same cultural space as Pelswick, the kid in a wheelchair with the giant nose. It was a Nicktoon.
What?
This isn't real. You're making shit up to gaslight all three of us.
Did you grow up in the UK and this is how we find out?
No, Pelswick is very real.
No.
It's Canadian.
No.
It's Canadian.
No. Just no. That's not real. You can't trick me.
Oh my God, what the fuck? This is definitely Canadian.
Now I must know. I can't spend the rest of this podcast not knowing what a Pelswick is. Here we go. What? No, that's not.
That the thing?
Oh my God. No, how dare you bring this up and compare Pepper Ann to this? How dare you do both of those? I completely.
And this still isn't the lowest tier of Nick thing. Like, we can go even lower and get to, like, Fanboy and Chum Chum, Butt Ugly Martians.
I at least heard of Butt Ugly Martians.
Super Duper Sumos. Like, we can. There's
How dare you put her in this category? You
I
monster.
know. I know.
No, I said no. Those are lower, is what I said.
Okay.
Pepper Ann is above those.
I mean, she is.
Look, Pepper Ann is just girl Doug.
No, because she's smart and interesting and funny. And Doug is intentionally almost none of those.
Well, I mean, technically, he is funny.
Fair enough, Aggro! And damn Aggro and his fucking facts! God, I hate getting owned by facts and logic on my own podcast! God! And I see a bunch of people saying, what about Daria? I couldn't catch Daria. It was like on MTV, it was like a million music videos,
show.
and then they showed Daria and then
watch it.
move on. Yeah, it was more of an availability thing for me.
When are they gonna reboot Doug and get into how his father was arrested for his part in January 6th?
And not Mr. Dink, huh? That's an interesting choice.
Doug's dad is a petty capitalist because he's a private photographer.
Okay. Oh,
There's an entire episode where he's real big into owning his own business.
Oh my God.
That's true.
And his daughter is a rebellious beatnik implying conservative parental views.
Doug's dad's a murderer in Colombo? There's at least two that are that exactly.
yeah, I literally see the whole episode unfolding in my brain, and it's violent.
Photographers are just evil. Like, it's just an inherently evil profession.
That's so good. I'd like to note the parallels between Doug and Daria, where they have a lot of similar character traits, except for you know how the show Doug is about Doug instead of his sister. Daria fixed that. But no one would watch a show about a lady. That's not.
Yeah.
We're still at the point where TV executives are like, girls like this show we meant for boys, cancel it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like,
Anyways.
our show has widespread appeal. That means we're confused and scared. Get rid of it.
These aren't the demos we aimed for. Kill them. Billions must be canceled. I'm done talking about Earthworm Jim 3D. For anyone who didn't know, we played through the Demon Pit week over the last week, which means we played Earthworm Jim 3D, X Blades, Superman 64, Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. Oh, there's X Blades is so beautiful. And then you got to hold it closer. Yeah, okay, there you go. And then we got Aliens, Colonial Marines. And then we got I can't see the
I've got
just pull one out and I'll say
there
it.
we go.
There,
Wait, why is it?
bring it closer to you. It's not you. There you go. Vampire Rain. Oh,
Yeah, it's
Bob,
Yeah,
what
it's
is
not
with that
gonna work
box you're
out.
holding? Yeah, if he just holds it closer to him like that, it works. Vampire Rain, Altered Species. What's the last one even in that stack?
oh,
Did we already
it's right
say?
to hell.
Oh, it's Right to Hell Retribution. 1%.
I am floored how every single one of those, except for Ride to Hell, was a wasteland. Like it was just empty.
We found
Except-
like almost all of them were the worst in their genre. Like that Earthworm Jim might be the worst 3D platformer ever made.
I'm
It's the worst
convinced
one we
I
played.
dislike it more than Banjo-Tooie.
Yeah, it's worse than Banjo-Tooie.
It's so
Easy.
much worse than Banjo-Tooie.
It's
Yeah.
worse than the DK64 by a lot.
Yeah, it's not even close there.
It's crazy. Oh, we didn't talk about how Earthworm Jim 3D has the worst 3D camera maybe ever made, even worse
yeah.
than Two Humans.
Okay, so Mario 64, every human who's ever played it admits the camera is not good. Like, even people who love it know that is a bad camera system. This is worse, and it's not even close. The camera can block you. It physically can block you.
Yeah,
so
they literally, you go in a room, the camera will be stuck in the door, so it's behind you. You can no longer go back to the door because the camera is a physical object keeping you out of the door.
yeah. And you can't hit the camera operation buttons to get it to move out of the door because the door is a doorway, and left and right are walls. Terrible. Anyways, we also played Dark Void
We did.
on the Xbox Series X, so it loaded faster, it had anisotropic filtering, and it ran at a locked 30. Let's talk about Dark Void first, just to get a nice change of pace from Earthworm Jim 3D, shall we?
Sure.
Dark Void is one of those Capcom games they shipped on 7th gen, and it really shipped in the same mind space, really. Mind share it's shared with Bionic Commando Reboot. And I feel like a lot of people weren't really like interested or compelled to check the game out. It felt like its lasting legacy is that it was one of those. So playing it, I was truly shocked when it was so transparently the people who made Crimson Skies for the Xbox original wanted to make a third-person shooter where you were the Rocketeer. So imagine a game that is somewhere between the Rocketeer, Uncharted, and Mass Effect. In fact, the first 90 minutes are literally just an Uncharted game. And then it opens up more and it's like, oh yeah, you can just hit the Y button to fly anywhere you want. We were sorry we made you run through levels in a jungle island in the Bermuda Triangle or whatever. You can just fly around now. And then it becomes literally like Crimson Skies, a flying shooter 3D flight sim thing. You know, like Lair would be if it was anything but a failed Dragon Son. So it's this really cool game when you're doing those parts. But then it just, for the opening and ending, hits, you can hear it shift gears into, and now it's Uncharted.
Uh-huh.
And it's not a good Uncharted. Bullets slip past enemies nonstop. Like, shit just does not hit people a lot of the time when you're on the ground shooting small targets. Meanwhile, you can hijack vehicles. You can rocketeer up to a vehicle, hijack it, and then steer that to blow up the other vehicles. Like, there's so many cool elements with that end of it. But then all the parts where you there are a few different parts where you just no, this is a level on the ground and we will change what weapons you have. And I'm like, but I still have a jetpack, so I'm just gonna fly like 7 stories up, stand on a cliff, and headshot all of these enemies. Anyway, point is, this game was really enjoyable. It is really interesting to see something that was so fascinated by the Rocketeer. And I really enjoyed Crimson Sky. So all of those moments I really, really enjoyed, except so in Blaze Blue lore, isn't there like a beast that just roams the earth and destroys it? Isn't that the apocryphal origin story of the weird post-apocalypse they ended up in?
There's something like that. Or there's a miasma that may be inhabited by different beasts. Something
or
like that.
Exuded by various beasts. Yes, the Black Beast.
Mm-hmm.
So 7th Gen has one of those, and it showed up in this. It is the QTE monster. It is literally called an Archon. You have to shoot these 4 small spots on it that are on two different sides, angled slightly different ways. And once you do that, you can run up to it, hit B, and do way too long of a QTE to kill it. And I did it once, and I aced it. And I was like, okay. Then they put 4 down in a battlefield when I was trying to defend a giant arc ship, and I'm like, this is no longer okay. And I just
it turns into Metal Gear Solid 2, where you have to fight like 8 rays in a row.
But that was awesome. And this was bad. Because if they shoot you, if they start shooting you with their weird belly Gatling guns, you are fucking tissue paper. You're just.
How many bad games have come out as a result of what if we tried to beat Metal Gear Solid 2?
Not nearly as many that came from what if we tried to be Half-Life 2.
Right.
However, I'm done talking. Oh, wait, no. There's one last thing that's really noteworthy. Possibly the most noteworthy thing about Dark Void. We were playing it, and the music fucking slapped. It was weird aggro. It was like Uncharted vibes, movie, drums. Oh, it feels primal. And then there's like a momentum to it. So we're almost getting into a Phil Collins Tarzan thing. And then the weird bass guitar just comes in. It has a weird metal sound. And I'm like, oh, this is good. This is jamming. This is nice. And then I said the sentence, man, I wish modern video games had soundtracks like this. Like all of these Bear McCreary soundtracks for Sony first-party games are so incredibly sterile and uninteresting. And then we found out it was made by Bear McCreary, and we go, what the fuck happened to this man?
Yeah, because it goes into like weird industrial grunge mixed in with all these normal sort of video game music.
Well, not even video gaming, like
more movie
style, orchestral.
Movie video game.
It's sports TV, water cooler. It was fucking good. The soundtrack is actually like genuinely good, and I'm absolutely floored that it's Bear McCreary. I'm like, maybe it's the other guy involved in the soundtrack. Let's look at him. Okay, he does mostly mixing stuff, and he's still working with Bear McCreary on stuff. Okay, I have no explanation for this, chat. Sony must just be like Jim Ryan shows up, and he's like, this is raising my heart rate too much. Make it more predictable. And then someone in chat was like, well, we can explain it as he learned the hurdy-gurdy. That took it out of him, apparently.
I like the idea that Jim Ryan is just like what people joke about Miyamoto being. Where he just like wanders Sony Studios looking for projects to ruin. It's like... That stuff in Spider-Man 2 where you break through the wall and you fight out in the street, that makes me tired. Just take it out. Like fighting Venom like through the city, swinging through it, that's really high energy, you know? People like to relax when they play games. Maybe you can just fight him in one spot.
He does a studio tour and he just sees the Sandman fight. He's like, I hate sand. It gets everywhere. Does he want us to cut Sandman? Just ignore him. Just ignore that he just said that.
It has to be one of those things where it's like, got it, no sand, and they just don't actually remove it. I forget what movie it was. It was I forget, but there was the story where the director's like, the studio heads kept asking me for a scene to explain this specific thing, and I'm like, we don't fucking need that scene. People will understand. Like, no, they won't. They need a scene to explain it. So I put it at the end of the shooting schedule, then never shot it and said I didn't have time.
Yep, that is actually very much a trade secret.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's a technique I use in my other job all the time.
Yeah, there's multiple different films where it's like the studio kept demanding this, so I told them I was totally going to do it. And then we weirdly enough ran out of money before I got to it.
It really is astonishing how much you can avoid by just saying sure and then never doing it.
So Dark Void's neat. It's on Xbox Series X back compat. I actually do recommend it. I enjoyed it even more than I enjoyed Bionic Commando, or even theoretically could enjoy Bionic Commando at 60 frames per second on PC. And there's a PC version of Dark Void that works, except for, what was it? That one had problems if it was above 60, or if it was 60.
But if you just cap it at 60, I think that's fine. But
either that or it broke at 62. I can't remember, because Ride to Hell was on PC, and its QTEs broke at 60, where they wouldn't play right. So our main character, apparently on the PC version, just uses the Jedi mind trick to kill everyone, which sounds like a better version. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Dark Void was really not properly marketed by Capcom at all.
No.
At all.
God, no. We don't normally be thoroughly surprised by games.
Mm-hmm.
Ride to Hell Retribution made sense. Neither of us had ever looked into it. It was not an important game from an industry perspective.
Right.
But Dark Void was marketed to us multiple times. We watched conferences and E3 and stuff and trailers and just...
Yeah, because they made it seem like the entire point of it wasn't going to be flying around even. It was going to be doing cover shooting vertically. And that's like a thing that happens maybe 5 times in the game. Like, and it's not a major thing.
And it's terrible every time it happens past maybe the first.
Uh-huh.
Like, the first time seemed fine because it was medicated. And then every other time, it's like, we designed a whole level around this. We didn't think about the implications that those people are down there. And if you drop down too quickly, they'll all just shoot you to death on sight. Yeah, I think Dark Void's really neat. I wish they had marketed it better. They should have let us know that this studio, Airtight Games, I believe that's the name, were former people from Crimson Sky Studio, FASA Interactive.
That should have been put up front, and it should have been less about this being a new Capcom IP, because it doesn't look like you expect from that. But if you have the preface of, oh, these guys make this kind of game,
and we will now show you that kind of game, because I swear they even said that back then. I'm like, but this is a third-person shooter. Why would I care?
Right?
Instead, they should have shown the giant space battle, like where you're traveling through a rocky ravine with your Ark ship, and you're trying to protect it from all these like mines that come up out of the miasma and enemy ships that come in and all that. And I'm like, this is Crimson Skies, but I'm a cool guy on a jetpack.
Right.
That's the game. What the hell was that opening?
You were literally voiced by Nolan Norris. It's so Uncharted-like. It's hilarious.
The funniest thing though was when because there are 2 modes to the jetpack. There's the hover mode where you can pump the A button to go up and down, and then there's the Y button, fly like the Rocketeer mode. And so we need to go into the ship and go up it vertically, and we're like, well, why would we do the vertical cover shooter shit when we could just fly? So I fly up into the ship, slam into the wall, or Bob does, I don't remember. And Nolan North just goes, I'm in trouble, as he fucking gets concussed, bounces 2 more times and dies instantly.
Lost a Gamma World character like that once.
Oh yeah, also for some reason this game is about lizard people infiltrating the government. Like, it literally is just, it's conspiracy series, the game.
Yeah, because literally, much like the Rocketeer is obsessed with that era. It's put in that era like a serial would have been. Except for they won't call them Nazis. They call them the fascists. And then you find out the fascists might all be or just be manipulated by the lizard people from the other dimension.
We find out the fascists are actually just like a parental organization that wants to ban drunk driving.
They hate fun. What?
How am I supposed to get home?
You tell me. So the lizards from another dimension have an amazing ability, which they show you in a cutscene with Nikola Tesla, where they become Nikola Tesla and then stab him with a knife. And they don't take over Nikola Tesla's like role on our ship, the Ark. They just kill him while dressed as him and leave.
Man, Nikola Tesla really made out like a bandit from what's the other fucking Thomas Edison stealing everything from him. So now that dude's just a super genius in pop culture forever.
Yeah, we were really obsessed with that in like the late aughts to early 2010s. And it's really funny because we actually did have who I believe to be a younger viewer in our chat just be like, why the fuck do people keep inserting Nikola Tesla, a real human, into these incredibly fictionalized situations, and he's a super genius?
It's like how in Fate Grand Order, Thomas Edison has the MGM lion as a head, and his superpower is copywriting your superpower so you can't use it.
That's really good. I see people saying you can thank the oatmeal comic for that. I mean, that's true, but it also, that air was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla is like the super genius and alternate history stuff has been around a while.
Yeah.
It feels like it was just so prevalent in the late aughts and 2010s. Like, it was non-fucking stop. It's like boom, 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 boom. And it's like, yeah, I know that. Yeah, he's cool. Command & Conquer Red Alert did this a while ago.
Right? At a certain point, it's like, okay, can we stop apology sucking his dick and start, like, putting him in stuff, but, like, making him a pigeon fucker? Like, how much more interesting would that be?
A lot. We've explored the other territory completely. There should have been a character in John Wick that was clearly visually Nikola Tesla and fucked pigeons. What I'm trying to say is, why didn't Lawrence Fishburne fuck the pigeons?
God.
Nikola Tesla would have done it. He would have. He might have. But that's all I wanted to say about Dark Void, Bob.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So, Chris, you asked a very important question a moment ago. How many games have been ruined by trying to be Metal Gear Solid 2? So we played Vampire Rain, Altered Species.
That is spiritually. Is that game just Mindjack again?
No, because Mindjack has, one, a clever idea, notionally. Two, levels that flow at all. And three, any amount of money. Vampire Rain is a game that formed a cornerstone of the week of the Demon Pit. Because it had no money, we had to go to the same levels forever.
Yeah, they made literally like, I don't know, 4 buildings on a street, and that was the game for 11 hours.
There are only 2 biomes.
God.
And by biomes, we mean City 1, 2. Like, they made 2 city blocks. And those 2 city blocks are separate. And those are the rest of the game. And then we went to a nice mountain with a nature trail twice. Maybe 3 times.
Yeah, I think maybe 3 times. But it was always that one mountain area was one nature trail. It felt like sub Shinobi 2. Budget.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The game's plot is really dumb. It's not even worth talking about, I don't think, unless you really want to. There are vampires. Some of them have lived for 800 years. The plot doesn't know what it's doing, so it's really not worth
Yeah, it's so clumsy. It's just the only thing that really matters is there are vampires in this city, and that's it. You're in the city. You're stuck with them.
So, much like Dark Void, that game also, it's worth noting the genre. We haven't even talked about that. It is a third-person stealth shooter. You better stealth well because the enemies literally kill you in 2 hits, and it's a 1-2 hit combo. And they leap really hard, and they run really fast. So they will get you if you're detected.
Yeah, it's basically impossible to go back to undetected after being detected, too.
Your chances of not getting killed immediately upon being detected is maybe, on a good day, 7%. Because you need to make sure there is enough distance between you and them, and you need to be fully reloaded on the correct gun. Admittedly, the shotgun was...
Yeah, they gave you very limited use items like the shotgun for certain levels. It could actually kill them. But the weapons you have in every other level are basically useless.
And yeah, so just imagine that. A game that looks hideous, that's trying to be an American, like, it's a Westaboo thing.
Right.
Like, it's an American action thriller.
Right, and it's made by a Japanese company.
Right. Oh God, I don't want to meet someone who self-addresses as a Westaboo in America. That would be Are you sure you aren't just overly patriotic? No, I'm Westaboo. What do you think that means?
We have a word for that. It's called a boomer.
Vampire Rain Altered Species definitely belonged in this list. It is probably the worst stealth game ever made.
Yeah, probably.
I don't even know what would compete with it.
How long? It ended up being like 12 hours, right? I remember it was insanely long. It had almost no content. Almost no story.
Which day did we do that on?
Oh, man.
If you can remember that,
Sunday?
That sounds right. Yeah, Sunday. Okay. Wrong one. So let's see. We got Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday. 10 hours, 47 minutes.
Yeah, so basically 11 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. You get detected. You can't undetect at any point because there are no real stealth mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Every enemy's a total pain in the ass to kill. Every level is those 2 city blocks. And they just, you run from this way to that way. That's a level.
Yeah.
Oh, you run from that way, you ended up ultimately back this way. That's a level.
There's so little story that what it usually breaks down to is you need to go find the van.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like 100 different reasons you need to find a van. So a lot of times it's like, oh, the van's locked up in this garage. You need to break into the security company that runs that garage and deactivate every security system in the city.
Luckily, the headquarters is 1 street away because the city is a city block.
Yes.
So you do that, and then the shutter opens, and you could look at the van, and then you go, oh my God, the vampires shot the electrical system of the van, and all of the forward team, or whatever they called them, the first team on site, is dead, the advanced team. They're dead. Oh no. But then multiple times throughout the game, they come up with other reasons for you to find the advanced team's other vans.
Right, like the advanced team must have had like 4 different vans in the city at least.
Easily. And one of them's up in the mountains.
Yeah.
It has weapons. And I'm like,
yeah, it's like,
that would have been nice.
Yeah, we have weapons that can kill these vampires. We're not going to give them to you, though, even though your mission is explicitly to kill these vampires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there are millions of these. The vampires control entire cities, and the government doesn't want to go to war with them because it will kill millions of people?
Yeah. That sure is the thing they said. They say a lot of things that don't make
enough. Say whatever the fuck you want.
Right. They don't make enough sense to form a story.
No.
Is the problem here. But we were betrayed. That's the important thing. The important thing is that the government agency betrayed us because, of course, that happens in these things.
Of course.
As we said multiple times, it's like someone played. It's like Whereas Metal Gear Solid is somebody who's a Westaboo making their version of the action thriller. This feels like somebody tried to make their version of Metal Gear Solid, having not seen the original source. So it's one of those copy of a copy situations where things broke down enough at the molecular level that you're like, that simply doesn't make any sense. I'm ready to move on.
Sure.
Hey, Bob.
Oh yeah. Also, it looks so bad. A lot of people were like, "What do you mean this isn't a Vita game?"
Oh yeah, no, they thought it was PS2 or PSP.
Yeah, PSP. It is. It holds itself like a PSP game in a lot of ways.
We kept saying this game perfectly looks like someone made an Xbox original upscaled port of a PSP game. It looks like they took a PSP game and then jazzed it up with like all these cool effects you could do on the Xbox original. It didn't even look like a PS2 version. It looked hyper specifically like that. So we had to keep reminding people. We had to keep reminding the people the whole time. This is a PlayStation 3 video game.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a PSP game.
It had that exact weird energy of like, oh, it's so crisp in these ways because the Xbox is powerful, but they didn't update the textures at all. So it's weird.
Did you also lose everything because I yanked the cable? Okay, we didn't hear you, Chris. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
I was just saying it has that very specific Xbox port energy of like, oh, it looks crisp and has these effects, but none of the textures changed.
Right. And the geometry is all very simple still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't blame anyone who thought it was a PSP game. I really couldn't. I don't think I've ever seen a game natively made for another platform that was so PSP core.
Yeah, they also forgot to like write any characters, so almost all the like plot is delivered by your CO just telling you what to do next.
Yeah.
And they don't even bother developing him as a character until he's like, I have a wife and kids, I'm dying. Which I feel like literally that's how they try to develop anyone. Oh, he's about to die. Have him talk about his family.
Anyways, Aggro, if you're ready for the reveal, the part of this that should make you go, what the hell? This is made by Artoon, the ancestor to our Zest, meaning these people are both responsible for Blinks the Time Sweeper and Balan Wonderworld.
That's a powerful pedigree.
Both those games are so much better.
They are! Blinks 2, however.
Very similar.
Just barely above this.
Blinks 2 is like the Blinks version of like Ratchet Deadlock.
Yes, that's what I was like, yeah, he's going to say a thing that I'm going to say it's Blinks Deadlocked because it is, we have this game, Blinks, the Time Sweeper. We're going to make it multiplayer oriented and make these multiplayer maps and pretend that's a single player thing.
With Vampire Rain, I'm just so, the whole time playing it, baffled by who decided they needed to make this. Like, was it some investor that wanted this? Was it someone at the studio who wanted to make a Metal Gear?
So
was it just, oh, Western tastes are taking off, we need to make something like that?
Here's my understanding. This is what I surmise, and I should have said this more on the stream because I realized I didn't say the quiet part out loud. Bob.
Yeah.
Blinks the Time Sweeper's made by Artoon. This is made by Artoon. There is no way the original 360 version of this game was not funded in part by Microsoft. Because they made a lot of Japanese exclusive deals at the beginning of the 360 gen.
Okay.
I feel like there's no way that Microsoft didn't, to some extent, fund the development of this game as long as it was partially exclusive.
God.
Yeah. Because they did that. They did the whole, like, oh, you have at least 1 year exclusivity.
They did.
Which is funny. Does that mean exclusivity on a console's an innovation invented by Microsoft? Because I'm trying to think of, did anyone even do that before the 360?
No, because it was usually like they were different enough that it was kind of hard.
And like,
well, the 360 and PS3 were still different enough that it was a pain in the ass.
It was.
Yeah, I was like, there are definitely a lot of exclusives to different things in the PS2 GameCube era, because there's...
But you never heard about it being funded by any of the console owners.
I was never clear on the Capcom stuff specifically.
That's the only deal I can think of.
Right? Because there's a lot of stuff that's like, oh man, this is the Capcom and GameCube
deals. The Capcom 5.
Right.
Four commandments.
3.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
Why wasn't Piano 3 in Demon Pit Week?
I don't know. It really belongs there.
It so does. That game, notionally, just looking at the box, just thinking about it, should be so much better than it is.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really that bad?
It
I'm
is
surprised
really
it's
that
enough to be a
bad.
demon pit thing. Isn't it also like 2 hours long?
I
don't
have
know.
no idea. We did the Giving Games a chance for it, and we were heartbroken. Because it's just like, oh no, this game isn't anywhere near fully done.
I don't know why, but for some reason I always associate, like in my head, Piano 3 inhabits the same mind space as StarCraft Ghost.
I mean, they both have similar vibes.
Right.
I think both have leather-strapped ladies or future leather-strapped ladies who do cool shooter espionage. I see someone in chat saying Piano 3, the stellar blade of 6th gen.
I was also thinking that, and I wish it were anywhere near that good.
Oh, God!
Right?
That would have been fucking industry-breaking.
Right?
We could have had Bayonetta 6 years earlier if Piano 3 was Stellar Blade.
Yeah, I'm looking at long plays for this game on YouTube. It's like 2.5, 1.5, 3.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
At least it has the decency to end, unlike these Demon Pit games we did play, like Vampire Rain was like, you had the content of a 2 to 3 hour game, and your game is 11 hours.
Yeah, we really in this week felt the pressure of your game must be this length because that is how you earn $60.
Mm-hmm.
And that sure was a detriment to every single one of them that did it. I feel like the one that gets by the best, weirdly enough, is kind of Ride to Hell, which does still have missions where it's like, go to that one area we made for the open world and collect these things. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's way more tolerable than Vampire Raid's entire game being one city block.
Yeah, where they keep pretending you're not in the same exact places.
They're like, we need to go to Safe Zone B. And I'm like, or as I like to call it, where we've been the whole time.
Yes.
God, even a sentence as simple as that makes no sense in that game. They're like, we need to go to Safe Zone B. And it's like, you've lost all government agency support at this point in the story. You do not have control of the situation of this town. You have never had any backup or infrastructure. What the fuck could Safe Zone B even mean?
Obviously, that's map we've been to 12 times already.
Obviously. But I'm done talking about Vampire Rain. Obviously, we'll randomly comment on it as we go. But Bob,
Yeah.
solve my intro segment, Superman.
Man. Superman 64.
Yeah.
I knew there was a lot of flying shoe rings. I knew that'd be a lot of the game. I didn't know that would be the best part by a country mile.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. Because every other part's an obtuse, like, weird, what does the game want from me moment.
Mm-hmm. You have to walk around some facility and figure out what Superman needs to do, and hope you don't clip into the ground and soft lock the game.
Which is funny. RN64 had some stability issues. That's right. Check that off on your bingo card. So we used the Mr. N64 core, and I'm like, I hope this works. I hope it doesn't make it more glitchy. And then one of the first things that happened after the stream is someone sent me someone else playing Superman 64 and them just clipping through the ground in the exact same areas even. And I'm like, yeah, it really just be like that. For anyone who doesn't know the development of Superman 64, some crazy people, Titus, Tidus. Wait, no, actually, I think it's T's. I think it's both T's. Anyways, spent forever making an overly ambitious game about Superman. Then had to cut some of the content and make some changes for WB, and then realized the N64 couldn't even begin to run what the fuck they've made. So they cut out 89% of the game, or 91. I can't remember if it was which percentage they said. They said. And what was left was the most, this simply is not a video game shit possible.
Yeah, just like Vampire Rain, it felt like they filled it with as much wood pulp as they could to ship it.
Yeah.
Like, the Flying True Ring missions are 80% of the game or something. Maybe 70. And it's just, you've made a giant city. was nothing in it, so that you put these rings and had you fly through them.
And then an example of what the other levels would be is Superman's on foot, and as you know, he dies to bullets. He's in the sewer, and he needs to run from this end of the sewer to this end of the sewer. And then once he does that, he needs to run back to this end of the sewer. And you need to decipher this through these cryptic fucking text messages that appear on screen that you go, well, I don't know what the generator room is. What is the generator room? I guess I'll go to these rooms in the most rough N64 sense of we have made an environment and try to decipher what is the generator room.
The most mysterious stage in the game was the subway.
Yes. Oh my God.
Because they just they put you in the subway.
Real quick, I gotta
it.
ask. I gotta ask because I did not play. Bob played.
Yes, I played all of Superman 64 alone.
As a close observer of what you were doing in the subway level, I need to throw out my estimation of what was going on because I'm still not sure.
Okay.
You spawned on this end of or about middle of the subway. You flew all the way to one end so it could have it collapse.
Mm-hmm.
And then you needed to fly all the way to the other end so it could have it collapse. So that way something could happen.
Okay, so you don't even start in the middle. You start all the way on one end.
Okay.
You turn around. You go to the end you start at. You walk into that. It triggers a cutscene where you are locked in. Like they've locked that door. Then you turn around.
Uh-huh.
The whole subway is filled with dudes with rocket launchers. Mm-hmm. So you think maybe you have to kill them all. You don't. That's not what the game is about. You have to fly all the way to the other end of the subway. Mm-hmm. Then they collapse that.
Yeah.
And now it's dangerous for people to get out of the subway.
Okay.
So now you fly back to the other end of the subway again, and you find some guy. And the guy's like, Superman, I need help getting out. But before that, you need to go in the sewers and kill these bugs.
No, it's worse than that. He's like, Superman, you need to get me out of here, but I'm being followed by these monsters. And we're standing next to him going, are those monsters here with us right now? Because there's nothing there! And then we realize if we walk past them and go to the end of this passageway, the small underground passageway, there's a hole in the ground. And then if we go to the bottom of that hole, there's a lightly flooded sewer pipe. And at the bottom of that lightly flooded sewer pipe are crabs.
And the green grass grows all around, and the green grass grows all around.
Eventually, I figured out I didn't even need to kill the crabs. I could just go down the tunnel, then come back up, and he'd be like, "Oh, thank you, Superman.
Right,
you did
he
it."
just needed you to acknowledge the crabs were real. Did you kill them? Yes.
I ain't gonna second guess Superman.
Right? He'll fucking wrench your head off.
Did you intend to go down there and check? No, I killed them.
I checked with my X-ray vision, which is totally a superpower that I actually have. But I haven't just been saying shit for years and nobody wants to call me on it.
Then you go back to the guy, and he's like, Superman, to protect me as I escape, you can freeze me into a solid cube of ice.
This is real. That's literally what happens.
He should do that more often.
I mean, yeah, unless he fights an enemy who could easily crack ice, in which case that person's just going to get cubed.
Right.
No, I mean, like every time there's an imminent threat to Metropolis, he should just ice block the whole city. 10 seconds, impervious to damage.
So Bob keeps freezing this guy every 10 feet. If he walks too far ahead of the guy, a random thug spawns in front of him and a timer pops up that's like, get back to him in 10 seconds.
Yes.
Or he just dies off screen. So Bob does that. He keeps guiding him along, and eventually, in this sort of more open part of this subway sublet thing, there's a door on the right. It's a glass door, white hallway, very, very bright, very obvious. And he goes, "Thanks, Superman. I can leave now." He opens that door. He walks through it. And then a timer starts, and it's like, you're getting far away from him. You're gonna lose. And Bob and I freak the fuck out because he's somewhere we can't go anymore.
Right?
And then we look at the ceiling, and there's a hole in it with light pouring through it. I'm like, Bob, fly, go. And the moment he goes through the hole, it's like, good job, you won.
The timer's still going down.
So we're like, mash the button
Yeah,
to get out of the screen before we fail on the victory screen because this game's that broken.
Yeah, the game would absolutely have been like, do the whole level again, because there's no checkpoints in this game. That is too advanced. You have to beat the whole level in one sitting.
What a fucking nightmare.
And so that was Superman 64, except for we didn't get to tell you the best part. Hey, Aggro.
Uh-huh.
If you dig through the options, you'll find there's difficulty settings. And it's like, okay, that's cool. We just played it normally. And, when you save, it says difficulty 2. And we didn't know what was up with that because this game's fucking weird. We were like, maybe that...
Mm-hmm.
Or skill.
Yeah, skill 2.
Skill 2.
It's like maybe we unlock more skilled for Superman.
And as it went, the number stayed the same. So I was like, okay, it can't be that. It's not like an auto-generated difficulty. I guess it's a difficulty level. I guess we could select that in this game. We get to the last level of the game, we beat it, and then it's just like, yeah, you have to beat it on hard mode to get an ending. There's not even a fake ending. There's no bad ending. It just stops.
Yeah.
That took like 7.5 hours to get that message.
So, okay. The answer to my question about that is the answer to my broader question about Superman 64, because I've never endeavored to watch a whole video or stream of it. I've never met a living person who would admit to having played it. Is this game like, is it more made incompetently or more like this is most of a video game that got shipped?
It feels incompetent. Like, that's what I would say.
It's definitely gross incompetence because they had scope control problems that any person with any reasonable understanding of hardware or anything else could have prevented.
Right, and this isn't an early 64 game.
This is a late N64 game. So them blaming the N64 for why their amazing future game can't run is bullshit. This thing's also on PC. But I guess I should clarify because I thought it was obvious in what I said, but there was one more level we didn't get to play because we weren't on hard mode. And that level is the worst level in the game.
And I'm assuming from context that you were not presented with a difficulty menu when you started the game.
No.
I'm pretty sure that was just buried under options.
Yep, it's under options, and it starts on normal. So we just left it on normal.
Right.
That's the kind of thing that I would joke about doing if I were armchair dev-zing a new Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, the whole last area is locked off behind a menu option I'm not going to tell you about.
There are quite a few things during this week where it was like, this is an armchair devs bit that we would make up.
Yes.
This isn't a real video game.
Yeah, there were a lot of those. I mean, for fuck's sake, that's what Earthworm Jim's ending sounded like. It sounded like an elaborate armchair devs bit.
Aggro would come up with this, and he wouldn't feel bad about it, but he'd do it anyway.
But yeah, I don't know. What I meant to say is that it feels like the development of this game started on PC. They made the deals to ship it on N64, and then they're like, the N64 simply can't make our amazing game. They were most of the way done, according to them. Do you trust them? On a PS1 version, the beta or whatever's out, it is playable now to some extent. So maybe they're right. I don't know how good that version is. I think I heard allegations that it was better. But, like, this game's trash.
Yeah, I did not think it could live up to the reputation.
Yeah.
I didn't. And I guess that this was an avenging of my use. I didn't think about that because I played this back in the day. I rented it.
Oh, there you go. I'll just add it to that playlist.
But, back then I couldn't get past the first set of rings, so I just had to return to Blockbuster.
God. Yeah, so then we told chat, we beat the game. We are done playing the game. And then we moved on to Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. Aggro, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back is the first PS4 Bubsy game.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It has the energy of someone who's making their first Little Big Planet levels.
Uh-huh.
Somehow, somebody made their very first Little Big Planet levels 12 times, and that's the whole game.
Yup. Oh, I'd almost forgotten that existed.
Right?
We hit such a small world map that it had, I believe, 3 whole biomes just mildly faded across the image. And Bob goes, "That's the whole game." And we both laugh. And then 90 minutes later, when we beat the game, we found out, or 70, I think it was 70
it wasn't
minutes.
even full 90.
We find out that was the whole game. They draw a circle on it. Bubsy runs up to it. We select it. The level's like, check out all these collectibles you get. And we go, cool, what do we get from that? And they're like, a sense of accomplishment. And then there's just the exit, which is the most insanely easy thing to get to in the level every time. So it really has the energy of, my mom didn't pick me up at the mall, and I have been in this parking lot waiting for her for 20 minutes only to realize she was here the whole time parked and I could have left whenever. Fuse that emotion with 12 of the first time out Little Big Planet levels, and you have Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. Also, Bubsy is voiced by Gin Ichimaru's voice actor, I believe.
Yeah.
And Kisuke Urahara.
You can hear it, but it also sounds like Vic. It's so surreal.
And different sources online say different things. So they might have recasted in development because it would have come out around that time.
Around the time when people got rid of him, yeah.
So imagine that motherfucker not shutting up for an entire fucking video game because we turned the Bubsy slider to maximum.
Yeah, so every time he does any action, he says a thing.
He says a thing, and luckily, given this entire week of Demon Pit shit, it didn't last.
Yeah. He only has like 5 things to say, too.
Right, so you think it would be burned in hard, but no, it's gone. Mm-hmm. There were far weirder things we dealt with in this week than him being like, oh, I need a pilot's license. Woo.
Yeah, if the game were more than an hour and 10 minutes, we probably would all be sickeningly stuck with us. But
that's true.
Luckily.
Instead, we have like, then there's no time to waste. And this looks like a job for Superman.
Yeah.
Which is, for some reason, his delivery.
Yeah, he just says that when you start a level really quietly.
There are like no cat puns in Bubsy for some reason. What's up?
Superman opens the fridge at 4 a.m. and sees the leftovers he didn't eat. And he's like, this looks like a job for Superman.
For Superman.
Superman looking at the half-empty bottle of tequila he left on the table last night.
Superman waking up from his drunken stupor to see the bottle isn't finished and he's still in his recliner. This looks like a job for Superman. Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back added a mechanic. It is a pounce mechanic. You hit square and it launches you at a weird arc really fast and then prevents you from gliding out of that. It is terrible, but they made the game more combat heavy to make you use that more often. I have no idea what they were thinking. It is terrible. What a bad game.
It reminds me...
Oh, wait. Real quick. Jump is X. In Bubsy, I feel like jump would make you glide if you hit it again. Instead, triangle is the jump type to make you glide.
Incorrect.
Failed. Incorrect. Wrong.
And these people are the people who made the 3D, 2.5D Gianna Sisters remake.
I played a little bit of that, and it didn't seem egregiously awful. So maybe they were just like, it's Bubsy, it has to be bad. That's the point of Bubsy.
Right.
But the pounce reminds me of Tiny Toons Buster Busts Loose, because he has that weird kick where he like flips forward and off the ground a little bit, and you have no fucking idea where the contact box is or where your hurt box is or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I have one more thing to say about Superman 64.
Sure.
I think it's hilarious. In this game, you're hunting down different people who are working for Lex Luthor.
Mm-hmm.
One of the stages, Darkseid, is the villain you're after. You beat up Darkseid, he falls over, like completely just T-poses on the ground. and you have to carry him over your head with your arm straight up like this.
Just straight up arms.
Yeah, straight up.
In his armpits.
Yes.
While he T-poses. And you slowly walk his ass to the police so they can arrest Darkseid.
And then the police are like, what the fuck do you want us to do? You better throw his ass into the sun.
But they act like this is completely normal. Like, yeah, of course Darkseid's working for Lex Luthor, and of course the police can take care of it.
And
you trick him with a wooden gun and he completely loses the will to fight.
And this was like one of another games during the Demon Pit week where it's like none of this is real because it was all in VR.
Yes, technically you're all in VR.
All of Superman 64 is in VR. All of Earthworm Jim is in his head. We kept expecting more games to just pull the twist of none of this was real. You know, like Ride to Hell.
Right. I didn't expect that from Ride to Hell because
I expected something from Ride to Hell of like your character's mentally ill because he has PTSD, but we could get to that. We could get to that in a bit. Bob, we need to talk about Aliens Colonial Marines.
Oh my god.
You played it. I'll be right back.
Hoorah to ashes.
Man, talk about a game that you expect to be way funnier bad. It ends up just being completely flaccid and normal bad. Like, it's not even funny. The only things that are funny are when you die, the aliens all just completely freeze in place in A pose.
Yeah. Is this the one where the enemy AI was broken because of a single integer that was off?
Yes, that was the thing with it, which I thought would lead to funny situations, but the aliens were pretty good at still working. Like, the AI seemed fine for what they needed to do, except if they were in a big open area, then they got a little goofy. But most of the game is tiny hallways where they jump at you and kill you in 2 hits. It kind of has the energy of that, that Resistance 2 mission where there are a bunch of invisible enemies that kill you.
I was really hoping that's not where we were going.
Imagine a whole game that's that mission. That's kind of how it feels.
Oh, God.
They aren't actually invisible, but they can pop out really quickly and then just start hitting at you, and you just die real quick. You have a weird progression system that's like a multiplayer game. So as you're killing enemies, you're ranking up and unlocking new guns. Instead of like finding them naturally in the environment, it's like, oh, you unlocked the submachine gun. You can go equip that in the menu.
I really hope someday we can look back on the concrete dates of the era of putting progression systems in games that don't fucking need them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really bizarre. It also it feels bad. Like, you wouldn't expect a 360 shooter to feel this bad. Like, you can often just shoot at the aliens and they don't react because I guess the hit detection is really off. Probably because it's an Unreal Engine game running below 30, which is a problem we experienced a lot this week. Like, Dark Void, this, and I feel like at least one other were all Unreal and ran kind of bad, so their hit detection was off on shooting stuff. It looks better than I expected, but it looks nowhere near. The big thing with this game, if people don't remember, they released what was clearly a CG trailer, but pretended it was gameplay. It was all first-person perspective, and it showed you doing a bunch of stuff that would be in a video game. So obviously it's nothing like that, because that looked better than the Killzone 2 reveal. And you're sitting here like, oh yeah, this is something that Gearbox should make. But they didn't, because, this also had all the allegations of they took all the money from this and made Borderlands 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They outsourced this and then took all the money and...
Yeah, and when you boot it up, it has 4 different production companies, so that's kind of not a good sign. It does directly follow up Aliens, which is weird because that feels like it doesn't really come into play until like the last 20, 30 minutes of the game when they actually have the actors come back. Like, they have the guy who plays Bishop and the guy who plays Hicks. You get a voice line from Hicks at the very beginning of the game because he's like sending out that distress signal, which I believe is in the Aliens movie, but I haven't watched that in like 10 years or something. But then they do have him come back and actually talk, and be involved in this story.
Yeah, so they have the Hicks thing at the beginning, and then Bishop shows up, what would you say, a third, halfway into this?
Somewhere around that, yeah.
And then they do nothing with either of them, basically.
yeah.
For so much of it. And then at the end, it's like, oh, there was a point in them being here. The point is for them to give you some bullshit fucking lore for like deeply ill Aliens fans to like fanboy over. And every Aliens fan in chat just goes, this is doing nothing for me.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Because I've only seen Aliens once ever.
Mm-hmm.
You presumably have seen it more than once ever.
Yes.
Do you want to explain what the whole fun fan bit thing was? Because it was something about like Hicks cryopod is apparently has a dead body in it in Alien 3 or something.
Something like that.
They discover like on a computer or whatever. So the game's entire bit is that Hicks is alive. They ask him, then whose dead body was that? And Hicks just goes, I don't have time to explain that, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's it.
Awesome.
No, that's terrible. Because people bought this game. There are definitely Aliens fans who bought this game who were like, oh, this is going to be a game involving like Lance Henriksen playing Bishop and like the Hicks here. And oh, that's so cool. Imagine what this story could be because it takes place in Aliens and it took me most of the stream to realize why I had such trouble saying the title of the game. Every other Alien property, except for the movie Alien 2, Aliens, is called Alien. So it's Alien versus Predator.
Mm-hmm.
It's Alien 3. It's Alien Resurrection. This game is called Aliens Colonial Marines. So it's a double plural. And this is the only product, game, movie, or otherwise, other than Aliens, that is also called Aliens. So I'm struggling to say the title the whole time. But you know that people were obsessed with the notion of like, oh, this is canon? This takes place right after the movie?
Yeah, it's sanctioned by James Cameron.
It's sanctioned by James Cameron. It has these characters. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a huge part of the marketing cycle. And that's why I almost bought this.
Yeah, and then you were talking about this was like an all-timer for returns at GameStop.
Yeah, it was in that same legendary status as like Homefront and Brink.
Oh, Brink.
Brink would have placed better than some of the games this week.
Probably.
Was Brink a Cliffy B thing?
No. It just, when his game came out, people were like, so it's, am I getting Brinked right now?
Was Cliffy B.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lawbreakers, the Brink-like.
Yeah, the Brink-like.
Somehow that's the least pathetic thing Cliffy B's been involved in a decade. Remember Radical Heights?
I do.
Uh-huh.
I wish I got to play it even once, but they shut it down so fast.
Remember when he's like, here's all my great ideas. What if you were going down the river on an inner tube and guys were shooting at you? What if you made like a dogfight game, but you were flying dragons? It was like,
Why would you phrase it like that?
We invite Cliffy B on for Armchair Days, and it just doesn't matter what the theme of the episode is. He's like, you guys remember Tubin? We're like, yeah, we remember Tubin, Cliffy. He's like, okay, cool. And then we go back to what we're
like
saying.
Tubin.
Then he's like, my mom was sad I didn't buy her a whole house. Thank you, Cliffy.
Can I tell you about my divorce again? Like, no.
No, this episode already contains the whole story, Cliffy.
Please don't tell us that your next story idea is also motivated by your divorce.
Or please do and somehow get AAA funding. That's the only time I want to hear you talk about this, is if you're on tour to promote that. If you're on tour to just be like, yeah, this game that cost the studio, the poor unfortunate saps who gave me $110 million at minimum is inspired by my divorce.
God, wouldn't it be so funny if he's like, I'm actually consulting on Gears 6.
That would be really funny.
That might be a better timeline than where I think we're heading.
Yeah, that would be more exciting than whatever Gear 6 actually is.
Yeah, because then it would mean something.
Right.
Whereas whatever Gear 6 is when it comes out is just a by committee panic project made under the tyranny of Microsoft.
Gear 6 is just going to be a multiplayer horde game, and whenever your rank gets high enough, you see a new cutscene.
Like, if Gear 6 comes out and there's not a character you can point to and go, that is Cliffy B's ex-wife. What was even the point of the project?
Aggro, that character already exists in Gears of War. It's Dom's wife that he shoots in the head.
Well, yeah, so we need a new one.
Dom, as he's crying and freaking out, is just like, she was a young soul and we got together really well. We had so much in common. And it's like, what is this cutscene? What is... One moment. What the fuck? Anyway, enough about Cliffy B.
Yeah.
A sentence I often find myself saying.
There were like 2 really funny glitches we got in Alien Colonial Marines.
And that was it. Isn't that the wrong number?
Right.
It's Aliens Colonial Marines. We should have had like a hilarious clip reel. Instead, that was Ride to Hell. No, with the Aliens Colonial Marines, we get 2. One of them, easier to explain, but the less funny of the 2, but still really good. A guy dies and he becomes the size of a building. I'm talking this dude is huge. We're talking his head is the size of a single-story building, so his whole body is fucking everywhere, and he still has physics and hit detection, so he's blocking bullets.
But you can walk through it, luckily, so it's still playable.
He's still jiggling, and you could live inside him. And then we remembered that aliens don't shoot guns. They beat you to death. And we went, oh shit, get out of here so you can shoot them. Did you tell them about the aliens A-posing every time you die in this fucking game? Okay,
yes.
good.
And then the camera just pans up to their face as they do just that A-pose look. And all I can think is like, are you afraid of me?
Right? Now, the far funnier glitch, and I'm sad because I couldn't quite find a clip of this. We'll have to find it and make it.
Yeah.
Bob is being chased by an alien.
It's a new kind of super scary big alien.
It's the main thing that you're like, oh man, this game's hype. It has its own type of xenomorph. He gets to an elevator-like thing. He opens the door. It goes, he gets inside. I'm trying to remember the exact order. Oh, yeah. The alien quickly chases him into that room, and then he turns around and closes the doors. So now it's just him in the alien, standing room only in this elevator. The alien, and you need to imagine this as literally fucking jarring as humanly possible, hits the button on the elevator door. It opens. He gets back out, turns towards Bob, and then starts pounding on the air as though the door was closed and freaking out. It was so good, and I was dying.
It's a perfect organism.
So it's just got the Foley sounds and everything of just going boof, boof, boof as it's hitting midair and screaming. I was like, damn, this alien's mind game is top notch. How is it making those sounds with its mouth? Oh no, we lost a Chris.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a voice for a Chris. Bing bong. Yes, yes, yes. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, what's that going on the soundboard, Dan?
I don't know, but I'm about to make my entrance sound to any voice Discord channel.
That happened only like, I don't know, an hour or 2 into the game. I was like, oh, thank God. This game's just going to crumble to pieces and be hilarious.
And then we didn't get that other glitch of the giant man until the last hour of the game.
Yeah. This game's like 8 hours. And it's just grueling.
Ashes. Hoorah to ashes. What a dog shit game.
Yeah,
the fact that Sega wasn't able to get a court judgment against Gearbox for this is fucking sinister.
Did Gearbox settle out of court?
I think they outright won.
Really?
Wow.
That's Aliens Colonial Marines. Not nearly as funny as it should have been.
No.
Still bad and very much upset all of the fans. And I'll go ahead and, even though that other thing was the real spoiler.
Okay.
I'm going to hit the spoiler music here. So the very end of the game, you crash into a ship that is about to leave the planet because you need to get on that ship.
Mm-hmm.
There is an alien on the ship, and oh no, we have to deal with it. How do we deal with it? So there's a cargo drop launcher. Imagine a thing in the ground that you would load things onto, and you throw the switch, and it just out of the back of the ship. We're like, okay, cool. They're like, hey, you need to do that to this alien. This thing's crazy.
Yeah, it's a queen.
It's a queen alien. This is the moment. So bizarrely enough, the launcher is already fully extended. It's at the end of the track, and they're like, you need to retract it. So you think, okay, I'll pull one switch, and it'll come all the way back. No, this is a video game. Every 4 feet, maybe 10 feet down this rail is a different switch to make it go the next 10 feet down this rail to the wall. So you hit all of those while dodging the alien queen, whose AI is really bad. And then it pulls all the way back, and then you stand on the other side of a box from that space where the launcher is, and she goes, rah, 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 rah. And then you throw the last switch, and it launches her, and we're like, good. And it starts playing the cutscene, and somehow it doesn't launch her completely out of the vehicle. She's now fighting the dude in the airplane. Our CO guy.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, okay, I'm honorable sacrifice time and movie script now. Goodbye. And then he launches the ship carrying the alien queen back towards the planet. And then the game ends. It already didn't have so much going for it, but the thought of you couldn't even have his cargo launch the queen out of the fucking ship and just be like, good job, you did it.
No.
She just stopped flying and was fighting the airplane. They were like, well, that's what really happened here.
Yeah, she was knocked completely out of the ship, but somehow immediately flew back in. It made no sense physically.
Going into this, I thought this was more like Alien Isolation. I thought this was going to be a lot more stealthy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. No, it's just gunfire the whole game.
I didn't know at all this game was going to involve fighting humans, but that's in here.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of it. You're fighting Weyland-Yutani, like, PMC
mercenaries,
types.
I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm done talking about.
Yeah, no,
I'm done talking about aliens.
There's really not much else to say. Oh yeah, there was one other funny glitch, but it was really minor.
Okay.
I shot off an alien's leg, and then it unloaded all the texture from the leg stub.
There's like context going into this, I feel, because we were talking about how the animation on it is so rough, and you shoot off limbs. Like, you kill a thing, its limbs will just pop off, like it's one of those action figures, one of those toys where you push the button and the limbs eject, and then you just have a torso. And that was happening for an hour. And it finally happened on one of them where the texture didn't load on its leg joint, so it just looked like uncolored plastic for a toy.
Yes.
Because it was pure white, that white gray, and we're like, so they literally are. These aren't real aliens. These are just toys.
What, wasn't that a toy they made for the Alien series?
Probably.
Maybe.
I had a lot of Aliens toys.
Yeah, that was smack dab in the era of we're going to make children's toys based on R-rated movies and no one's going to think this is weird.
I would say that was a far more normal time for culture than now. It's like, we can't fund a rated R movie.
Ugh.
Depending on adults to go watch a film exclusively? Letting them have the discretion of whether or not their kids should see it? No, everything must be PG-13. It's okay, though. We have the John Wick likes that are filling out the R genre. It's like, you want to watch a movie where Jason Statham is a beekeeper? And I'm like, yes. The beekeepers are also the name of the organization. And that guy's really... He's just living it up being a joke. He's like, I can't wait for someone to discover that I am both a real beekeeper and a person in an organization called the Beekeepers.
I want to see that movie so bad. It's got like the Division vibes
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
literally, that's the trailer. The trailer is this is the Division, gamer.
I'm like, oh, this movie is marketed to people that I don't want to be in a movie theater with.
Fair. But that's it for Aliens, Colonial Marines. So next we got to talk about, and we're talking about these all out of order from how we played them, but I'm going based on vibes. X-Blades. God. I need to introduce, can you pass me X-Blades so that way you can
Sure.
start talking about it and I can work on the perfect angle to, look at that. X-Blades. It's not like we covered the Westaboo and the Weeaboo this week. The original release of this was PC. It came out in like 2007 in Russia. And God, what did they call it? Like Oni something? Oni Blade?
Yeah, Oni Blade
And
or
then
Oni
they
Killer or
changed it.
something.
No, they called it Oni Blade, and then they changed it to X Blades in the States and other regions. They tried to make a beautiful anime girl. I wonder how it'll look if I punch. Nah, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's not dangerous.
I'm like, my background's been removed. I don't know what's behind the Dan Cam layout. Her looks can kill. She's so beautiful. This character design, if you've never seen it, she is barely wearing anything. She's got some stuff on her upper thighs, like little plate stuff. But when it comes to her underpants, she is wearing a thong with a belt over it, so you can literally believe she's just cheeked out nude as fuck. That's the character design.
She looks like somebody's Ruby fan character.
Yes.
But I believe she's made before Ruby. I might be wrong there.
Yeah.
Okay. So this was the inspiration.
This is an action game. Every room in the entire game, every moment of the entire game is a combat room, except for one room. The problem is you play every room in this game twice. It's Devil May Cry 4 to the maximum. So you do it one way, and then you do it back, and then the game ends. And this one room that is not a combat room has these super powerful death guillotines the size of the entire room in them, and you have to know how to do the dodge to get through these rooms. The dodge in this 3D action hack and slash game is forward jump on an analog stick. Forward jump.
It basically never works. In combat, it's completely useless.
But this one room.
But that one room, you have to get it to work 3 times in a row because those guillotines, even though you get stuff like a teleport ability, if you
that doesn't
teleport through them, you die.
Yeah, it'll cut your soul.
Yeah, like you teleport, it cuts it, then drops the blade, you've passed it, but you're dead.
This is the dumbest action game ever. As we said, we played a lot of the worst games in genre this week. This is yet another.
Yeah, this is one of those things like action games are probably my favorite genre. I seek them out. I play even the most monotonous ones. I dropped this back in the day. So coming back and finishing, I can see why I did. And it is probably the worst action game ever made. There's no combos. You just mash the X button and she does like 2 hits repeated. You fight seemingly endless waves of monsters, and instead of having a health bar for each one, they don't even bother because you just have a health bar for the room. You have to kill enough monsters during the room's health bar.
Yeah.
You'll run into enemies that can only be killed by one specific move that you have to go buy with points from a shop menu. You have no idea that it would do this. You have to infer what would kill this guy and figure out what you should buy from this menu that just has a ton of random moves.
It is truly fucking dire. It is an absolute nightmare game. It feels like you've been grounded. I highly recommend if you want to punish a child, make them be X-Blades because then there's no physical abuse. They will learn something about some games are bad. God, We saw a post from someone randomly who's tweeting this at the dev on Superman 64, I believe. No, it was Earthworm Jim.
Okay.
Where they were like, Earthworm Jim is the game that made me realize some games aren't just different. Some games are, in fact, just bad. Like that was the first time as a child it occurred to them that this is bad. People could not have intended this. Because I had the same experience. Growing up, instead of thinking like, oh, this is bad, this is poorly made, I always went, why did they do this? Like, I always tried to be like, who would design this thing exactly? Like, everything was clearly a well thought out, fully realized thing in everything I experienced.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, there's a strong energy of that coming from here. Like, you know that this is not something anyone could make and be like, yeah, release it. That's good. That's what I wanted.
Right.
There's maybe 5 cutscenes in this 7-hour game?
8.5.
8.5 hour game.
Yeah, they're like 5 cutscenes. They're all very brief. They pretend a story has occurred. It hasn't. You run into a dude on the island, and the game starts treating it like you had a buddy-buddy moment, and like you two are lovers or something now, and we barely said words to him at all. We didn't even look at him like he was cute. It was weird. It was real weird. Yeah, this game's miserable. It's truly terrible. It's still able to be gotten on PC.
Yes.
That's my understanding, is you can get it.
And now we need to play the sequel at some point to know.
Do we have time to play Blades of Time?
I don't know.
It doesn't even have the anime aesthetic.
Yeah, they take out the only things that were like anyone liked it for.
The left and right cheek.
Right. Yeah, she has they gave the main character full pants and they took away the anime aesthetic. I don't get it.
They ruined everything. But no, seriously. Like, the thought that Blades of Time could be worse than X-Blades actually is deeply worrying.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the single worst action game I've ever seen.
It has one really funny special move.
Yes, it does. It super zooms on your eye as you do a face, and then fire flies out of you.
Yeah. It makes like an echoey fart noise.
It was, needless to say that I think between that and Aliens, Colonial Marines, this is the most complaints we've ever gotten in a single week about the soundscapes of the games we were playing, which makes sense. We were playing a lot of 3s and 2s out of 10.
We were. Yeah, Aliens, we didn't talk about it, but you know that cool sound effect they have for the assault rifles in Aliens?
Yeah, the pulse rifles in Aliens make a very specific, like, brrr sound.
Right, it like cuts in and out the audio and sounds pretty neat. What if that sound effect played it for 8 hours straight?
Non-stop. I don't have much else to say about X-Blades other than it has the bad ending that you get if you buy a power-up. They have a skill in the shop to give you a new power, and you get the bad ending if you bought it.
Does it, like, that sounds cool, but in my head, it tells you that in the shop.
No. It's also the cheapest move in the shop.
Also, the narrative didn't imply that would be bad as an idea to do.
Criminals.
To be fair, the effect of the magic, because you keep getting different types of magic effects or whatever, I guess you could call it, was dark magic, which at various points of the game wasn't clear that it was like super evil corrupts you.
Right.
So, yeah.
You could even play with this idea of, well, yeah, she's getting both dark and light, and she's going to be some sort of weird mix.
Right.
Thing.
She's like the Avatar. She has all the elements, right? In fact, if you use the cheat code to unlock all the skills and powers, that gives you the bad ending because you now have the dark power.
Yes. So we were able to see both endings because of this.
Neither of which are terribly noteworthy.
No.
Because once again, there are like 5 cutscenes the whole game. Person dies, person doesn't die.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, and even the bad endings, even like, if only I'd done something different. But you don't even
And then she Eto Blaise next to a fucking corpse.
right, and it doesn't even you're not even possessed by darkness yourself or anything, which is what I thought they would do.
Right.
It says just like I could have played the game again. Figure out what you did, kid.
Oh my God, I wish I played this game from the beginning to the end again. What a weird thing. What is she looking at?
Oh yeah,
All right, just put player choice on the box.
this is made by the devs of War Thunder.
Why did we
Seriously?
Why did we wait so long to say that?
Yeah.
It's a bizarrely similar trajectory as Bungie, who like one of their first games was fucking Oni,
Mm-hmm.
which feels very similar to X-Blades in a lot of ways, spiritually. And then they made Destiny. And then Gaijin Entertainment made War Thunder and is responsible for every single fucking security leak in the US government for the past decade.
Yes.
So, have we talked about every game but Ride to Hell Retribution? We talked about Dark Void. We talked about X-Blades. We talked about Aliens. We talked about Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. We talked about Vampire Rain Altered Species.
Yeah, so I guess that's it. That's all.
There's
of them.
nothing in that's... So it's time?
I guess it's time.
Aggro?
Yes.
Ride to Hell Retribution is, to borrow a phrase someone else said, the best Kusoge ever made. It is the most amazing shit tier game of all time. It is the funniest fucking shit. There are so many clips of this stream as it breaks in remarkable ways nonstop. It is unbelievably deranged because it becomes almost... There's almost our man is a traveler in a strange land energy to the sex scenes. The fully clothed sex scenes.
Yup.
Where our guy, by the end of this, I'm not convinced he's even straight. I'm not convinced this man desired any of the sex he had. It is simply a thing that happens when he saves women. Which the pause screen with the progress menu tells you, you saved 3 women in this game. We had sex with way more than 3 women. I have no idea where it's coming from.
Right? Yeah, it happens so frequently. It's bizarre.
There was a moment in this game which it's constructed into a linear story, but it is made from what is obviously the parts of an open world project that went on for way too long, that needed to ship. And in this moment, this game is a half third-person shooter, half ride chase moments, and you would think, okay, which of these is going to be the better part? You hear the dev made Big Mother Truckers, and you're like, well, at least they had experience making racing before, I guess. Maybe that'll be... No, the third-person shooter part's the solid part. The racing is unbelievably bad, jank, and hilarious. But there's a moment in this where we're traveling down a road, going through this large landscape, and then there's a cave, and I drive into the cave, and I'm like, man, this game doesn't do shit like this. This is not a thing it does. It's not capable. Earlier in the game, a truck drove into a structure, and it, like, fell slightly, and we were like, whoa, that was amazing for this. Holy shit. So the thought of seamlessly driving into a cave and then driving through this branching path and getting out is like, this is so much more than I ever imagined this game would be capable of. And then the game just stops loading things in time, and we die. We try to jump a chopper in the middle of an abyss of lacking assets everywhere and explode. And I'm just so awestruck. What was it? Bryn on the Discord actually made a GIF of my reaction, which is really, really funny. Because I'm like, is this game optimized for this? The answer may surprise you. And then it breaks immediately as soon as I say that sentence.
I've been wondering what the context for that was. Because, like, I've seen Dan video games make that face a couple of times.
It was like perfectly on cue that happened. And it just happened at such a volume that I was not expecting. We got so much more amazing this isn't working right moments out of that game than Aliens Colonial Marines.
Right.
Which was so surprising.
Yeah, at the same time, not, because this is a game that was made by some dev team no one's ever heard of, published by who knows who. So that's where you should expect for the game to be completely busted.
Yeah, but I also expected, Aliens Colonial Marines to be that based on its legacy.
Right.
But for whatever reason, who knows, it wasn't for us. Yeah, go ahead.
So cards on the table. This is what I've always wondered about this game. Like,
sure.
it's a third-person shooter about motorcycle guys that apparently used to be an open world project. Is this game in the Siphon Filter universe?
It should be, because it is clearly also pulling from Sons of Anarchy. It is clearly Days Gone adjacent. I made so many faces. The game just kept amazing me.
Yeah.
Countless moments.
We played the PS3 version, we should point out. We found the worst version of this game to play.
Yeah, there's the notion of if you had it on 360, and especially if you installed it on 360, because for some reason these mad lads decided to not have this PS3 game in 2013 install anything on the hard drive. In a game that streams assets on Unreal Engine 3. I have no idea what led them to do this, but they did it.
They probably couldn't figure out how to get it working.
Probably. There's so many moments of this is hilarious. For example, there will be set pieces where you ride bitch in a motorcycle and you gun down a bunch of dudes while this old dude named Mac drives the motorcycle. And you can get shot by enemies. And when you get shot enough for the screen to go gray enough, Mac goes insane, hits the gas, and runs into a wall no matter what you were doing, and explodes on impact. And smash cuts to mission failed. You can be completely stopped doing a turret segment. But if you get shot enough, Mac loses his mind, slams the gas, hits the nearest wall, and you explode.
Yeah, it's clearly supposed to be he's dead and like slumping onto the gas, but they can't do that.
Right? Especially since you getting shot is what triggers it. Mac never gets shot. The blood is coming out of you.
Right.
It's not vehicle damage. It's just you.
There's only one explosion, like, effect and sound effect and everything for everything that happens in this game, which is incredible. So that happens whenever he runs through the wall, whenever you kill an enemy who's on a motorbike, their motorcycle flies away, and then there's the same, like, Aqua Teen Hunger Force level effect.
Yeah.
There is something I don't think you saw, because I think the only way you ever see it is if you die to the trailer chasing you in the trailer park when like the explosion happens and you're running from a trailer.
You mean when the physics are so bad it looks like the trailer was in fact like an inflatable balloon of a trailer because it's just bouncing so lightly?
If you die to that and nothing else, because it's hidden by the explosions and they hard cut if you die to anything else. When Jake dies, he drops a gun and money like he's an enemy.
What?
So people were thinking there was a multiplayer mode planned at some point.
Because the camera's no longer... Oh, yeah, we should say that's a Crash Bandicoot segment. The rest of this game is the third-person shooter of a vehicle racing game.
Two Crash Bandicoot segments.
Yeah. The camera cuts to the third person, and you run towards the camera like it's Crash Bandicoot or Uncharted. So I'm guessing the camera still you.
Mm-hmm.
That guy coincidentally also controlled by your controls.
Oh, God, probably.
So that's how he is not you, and he dies. There was a level that started where, for one frame, we were next to ourselves.
Yeah, because it was a cutscene.
For anyone who's curious, this dude over here next to Bob, that guy, that dude is the main character. Jake Conway. The man who women can look at and immediately decide to have sex with. Every time.
The man who seemingly arbitrarily labels almost every woman he sees as prostitute 1 through 3.
It's true. And then he even shortened prostitute 2 to pro 2. And Bob and I were, what the hell is Pro 2? Why is that her name? And then we realized it was short for prostitute. But even weirder, in one of the 5-way orgy scenes, the only one, there are 2 women servicing you and playing with you, and then there's 2 women off in the corner doing their own thing. After the sex part of this cutscene, the lady you talked to before the cutscene now has a name. So it was literally a Fight Club style. Only through sex with Jake Conway do we get a name. Her name is I don't
what
remember.
Was
hers? Hers was something.
Celine, maybe something like that.
So many of the women you have sex with literally look the same. They're just blonde-haired chick with a model. I think they only had like 3 models maybe for ladies in the game. This game tonally is Sons of Anarchy mixed with a blaxploitation film, but you're a white guy. So I insisted we should be called like White Lightning or something, because we just kept thinking of Black Dynamite. It would start playing some funky fucking music and all the acting was that good.
And they even have you even sell drugs to the community. Like, that's a main part of the game. You collect drugs off these enemies and then just sell them in the trailer park.
It's true.
Hey, now Embracer, please re-release this game.
Yes.
You can do worse. You probably will do worse.
I was blown away when we talked about how every sex scene, they're fully closed.
Yes.
Everyone.
Every single one. There are so many.
Yeah, there's an insane amount of them. We get to a strip club and they actually have like a topless woman.
Yeah.
And it's like,
even weirder, they had a topless one before that who had pasties on, but they have one who doesn't. And we're just like,
yeah, it was
like Jake's just confused. He's like, what's all this? Why are they so pointing there? Like, I don't know. It was so weird.
Yeah, it's so weird because you know that the ERCB had to approve it for that level of nudity. So what happened? I don't know.
Also, Jake Conway is like history's greatest murderer. He killed like 800 people in this small podunk town.
Yes, when we got the achievement, it said 700 people killed, and then we still had like 3 hours left.
Oh, the achievement was like 500, and then we just kept going, and it kept accelerating. It was like, man, this is bad. He's like killed a whole county with one of these. Population 2. I see it. Chat. Yeah, it's just imagine the sign for the city, but it just says crossed out 2. It's just Jake and the lady. It's unreal. A completely unreal game. I'm glad I went in completely blind. I had more fun with it than I did Dark Void. But Dark Void's the better game for the parts that aren't Uncharted to a degree that it's like, it's clearly better. But I don't know. I think it's insane this game got a 19 on Metacritic. Because even though it runs like ass, the assets are constantly loading. We have played so many games that are way worse than this, especially this week.
I still like, yeah, of course that's going to get the 19 from like critics. Like, it's falling apart in a way that even critics have to see.
Oh, I think it has more to do with tone. I think it's the story's stupid and he constantly has sex with women and it's breaking.
Yeah, I'm sure that also knocked it down. But yeah, it's just the driving segments. No sane. Those were like Superman 64 tier.
They were. Yeah.
That's how bad those were.
It's like 2 generations. This is what Superman 64 would be.
This released out within weeks of The Last of Us.
Yeah, it was like 1.5 weeks after The Last of Us, a few weeks after Remember Me. In these chase segments, you'll be driving and then you'll like lightly bump a thing and the screen will go, just fade to black. And it'll just bring it down. And then the timer's still running. So one time I lost 12 whole fucking seconds on a black screen until it came back up. And I could keep racing from 3 feet behind where I was when it faded to black.
Man, it's really impressive that in a year with both Joel and Booker, Jake Conway is still the biggest murderer.
Yeah, that's not easy. That is not easy.
He could take them both at once, even.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance. We were talking about
Jake does his QTE on fucking Joel.
Yeah, if you kill 2 enemies quickly, it pops up with like a circle prompt for the third person, and when you hit that, you just go, and it zooms in slowly.
Yeah, it's like a comical thing you'd see in a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Oh, that makes me so mad!
Yeah, then you do a QTE where you kill them.
Yeah.
And it changes, like, you can do it on the motorcycle too. It changes based on what weapon you have. The shotgun was the funniest for me because it would be like, bump him a couple times with it, and then finally just blow his chest open with it. Like, what are you doing? Did we mention the X-Blade character's name is Ayumi?
No.
Okay. Just thought I'd...
In case you're looking for
Fan art.
For fan art of Ayumi.
Ayumi X-Blades. There you go. That's Ayumi. I actually can recommend Ride to Hell Retribution to people. That was very funny.
It was hilarious to get to the end of it, and it's like, okay, you did the whole rest of the game. Here is the final area of a 7-cent shooter, exactly as you would imagine it.
Yeah, Ride to Hell's last level is what I will always imagine forever the last level of a 7th-gen game to be. Just give everybody a rocket launcher.
Yeah, they kill you in one hit. Deal with it. That makes it harder.
Aggro, if you are within the same zip code as an explosion in Ride to Hell, you get shell-shocked and stumble around and can't do anything for like 10 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, God, is it bad? A rocket went off in my area code. No. And if you're manning a turret, you just do this. You're like... But it's hard to notice, so you just look normal. And I'm like, why is he not shooting? Oh, another rocket landed. A second rocket has hit the main character.
Oh, man. I just remembered the beginning is an insane thing where they try and show you every gameplay thing in a row and have you actually play it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's supposed to be jumping between them all really quickly, but you're on the PS3, so none of them load in right. and the rest of some of them don't even happen. I just realized that turret segment at the beginning, because you get to a turret segment within 10 seconds of booting the game. I don't think that actually happens in the game.
Isn't there a turret segment in the 666 sawmill level? It's supposed to be that one.
I was like, there is one there. I don't think it's that one though.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I spent a lot of that game also being like, where is the turret segment? Was that just like a bespoke trailer for the game that includes scenes that aren't on it? I don't understand. Unfortunately, the PC version of Ride to Hell Retribution is no longer available.
I'm sure you could find it if you poked around.
You
There's
definitely could find it. People, you don't have to try hard in the least.
No.
People brought up in chat how to do that. There are archives and organizations out there.
Oh, thank goodness! I'm so everybody should play Ride to Hell. It is the pinnacle of shitty game.
Yeah,
it's not too hard. It breaks in ways that don't soft lock you. It has an insane story full of hysterical things. Aggro, if you had to get over an electric fence, how would you do it?
This is a good question, Aggro. You need to answer. Your answer is very important. Jake may take some tips next time.
I'd find some kind of insulating material if I couldn't shut off access to the power source.
Okay, let's say you had access to a semi-truck. How would you use a semi-truck to get through an electric fence?
I would drive the semi-truck through it.
So you wouldn't drive the semi-truck, which is a gasoline tanker, across the state to blow up a hydroelectric dam that provided power to that specific electric fence.
Not unless I was attempting to make a larger political point.
Well, Jake Conway doesn't know what any of those words mean. He just knows how to solve problems.
Not well.
Personally, I would trick my one-handed friend into driving my bomb truck into my problem.
And I think the best part is you then get into the house behind the electric fence. It still has power.
Yeah. Of course it does.
How tall is this fence?
It's
8
like
feet.
Yeah.
So he couldn't like drive the semi truck up next to it.
It gets worse. There's a tree next to it. He could have
my
just
God.
climbed the tree.
Yeah, there were 2 trees that were like, oh, that'd be perfect to climb up and get over.
He could have gone and gotten a blanket.
It said he has to, you don't even, to get the semi, he walks to a gas station nearby and kills the semi driver who was just standing there. Like, he's just a regular guy.
Yeah, it's worth noting he kills a lot of people who aren't in the Devil's Hand gang. He kills miners, as in people who mine. He kills gas station employees. I swear he just killed people who lived in a place once and it had nothing to do with anything.
I mean, you get to the dam and like the dam workers are like, this guy's insane. He drove this gas tank up here and is going to blow it up. And you just kill all of them.
Yeah. You break into a brewery and kill everyone who works there.
Like, I know from other descriptions of this game that this comes off as insane and badly written, but I'm imagining this as like a Remedy game done intentionally, and it sounds based as hell.
Right. And that's sort of the beauty of playing this game. You simultaneously get to experience what they shoved out the door after way too long of a development at the very end of 7th gen, and you can see sort of what they were trying to do. You can believe that in a different context, any of these worked.
This game is elevated so much by the fact that Jake doesn't talk in gameplay at all. He is a black box of a creature. You are at no point given the slightest insight into what is actually going on in Jake Conway's mind.
It's true. Which is once again why I'm not convinced that he's hetero. There's a lot of uncertainty with every sex scene. There was a pretty funny thing. What was it? Didn't he end one of the sex scenes? No, he showed up at the strip club and he was just like, I wish my loved one was not dead, but alive.
God.
And they're like, okay.
Every sex scene ends and then the women all disappear like they were never there. Almost always.
Yeah, it happens most of the time. There was a time where a lady was like, she was on top of him, just riding him, right? And he's just down low like this. And she's like, I like your dog tags. Like she's making small talk in the middle of. And then the cutscene ends and she's like, my brother was in the war. Do you think he's alive? I'm like, man.
And we're sure this game also isn't taking place in someone's mind or is like a metaphor for purgatory.
Right? Because like he also had the PTSD for being in what is obviously Vietnam. So I was curious if it just ends with, and then he didn't kill anyone. This is Rambo, but really, really internal and insane. Like, I genuinely thought, because it does at first really have those Rambo First Blood, like the very first one vibes of like, oh, he's a war vet, he's back, he's trying to get reacquainted with town, he feels a little out of place. And then the plot quickly shifts to, and then a gang killed his brother and he has to spend the next game, the entire rest of this game just lowering the population as fast as humanly possible. Right to hell, it's a video game.
Yeah. Man, there's so many weird things in it. Like, near the end of the game, Jake starts acting like, because he saved this one woman who's like his brother's girlfriend.
Yes.
And he has a moment of like, I only kept going because you encouraged me and all of this. And it's like, what are you talking about? You hardly talked to this lady. You've just gone on a murder rampage and you're acting like it's her fault now.
Look, they cut out all the they cut the parts of the game where they go into how she's manipulating you into eventually killing her abusive father, who is the villain of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who you defeat with a literal Kratos maneuver.
Yeah, directly taken Kratos maneuver. Yeah, there's she also in this game you meet a guy, black dude who's an arms dealer. He has like military garb on. His name's Tyrell. You meet him in the first hour and a half. Mm-hmm. And you do not see him again until about 9.5 hours into the game, where it's implied that you're buds and you've been working together and he's got some info for you. And I'm like, Tyrell, where the fuck were you? The game just happened.
Right?
I was in the 80% of the game that was removed.
Obviously. These cutscenes, by the way, that remain feel like one of multiple cutscenes where these people would give you missions in an open world game.
Yes.
Yeah, there's this great part where you go to a casino that was obviously fully designed and populated with props and just immediately leave.
There's like 3 casinos. You go. It feels like they made all of Vegas to explore, and instead you walk to 3 points and leave.
And they even give you insane instructions upon doing that. There's one that's like, go to the rooftop to escape the police. And I'm like, yeah, that always works out for the people escaping the police. My motorcycle's out front. How about we go out front, kill any cops between me and the motorcycle, and we just leave? But the game has the text, go to the rooftop to evade the police, so we have to.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the roof, steal a helicopter, drive it back in time into the police academy so the police will not have graduated.
And the best thing in this game, little detail, right? The best thing that I feel like they accomplished what they were going for, we killed the cops and they had drugs on them, and I just presumed they were going to gun you down and sprinkle some crack on you.
Right. Not that they would need to. You're always carrying around drugs.
Right.
Because you got to sell those.
They didn't know, though.
No.
They didn't know in advance that you have multiple pounds of crack on you. But that's it. That's it. Or cocaine. Anyway, that's it. I have nothing else to say about this game other than very quickly, I immediately was like, we got a remaster and remake of The Last of Us when we should have gotten one of this game. I want to see the Blue Point version of Rydell Retribution. There's something that would be gained from making the definitive edition of this nightmare game. This isn't a nightmare. It's a vision quest.
Yeah, you really should just see it through once. You never need to do it again, but you should see everything in there at least once.
I'm tempted to do it again. I want to see how it runs on the 360 installed. I'm like so tempted. God, I wish it was on back compat.
Uh-huh.
God.
You got to get the DLC that the best friends played and had to play test it off content for like 4 hours to figure out how to evade a soft lock.
Oh my god.
Because shockingly, the DLC for Ride to Hell Retribution, not tested.
Really?
How did that happen?
The stuff that's content so bad you had to shove it in DLC and not even ship it with the rest of the game. Not that tested, huh?
Remember the part of the game where you go to the like the Indian reservation and then leave?
Yeah.
That's actually a level in the DLC.
Of course it is. God, they didn't even have to make a new map.
Great. Good for them.
But that's it. I think that's all the games from the Demon Pit.
I think so.
We did it. We talked about it, and it only took 2 hours and 7 minutes.
What an insane week this was.
60.
Hey, you sure put a gun in that timer's mouth.
Yeah, no, it went down below 90.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good, man. They didn't like that, though, so it went back above 90. But ultimately, it went back below 90. What a week. Including Big Think's stream last week. This was 64 hours of streaming since then across 7 days.
Uh-huh.
And then we have today, which, we're doing it right now. And then we have tomorrow where we're streaming a game that we haven't announced yet, that we will announce later in this big thing. Bob.
Yeah.
Have you done the most despicable thing you could and played something outside of these games?
Luckily, we were off Saturday, so I was able to play that Stellar Blade demo.
Luckily for who?
I also played it.
Cool. Yeah, what I kind of saw seeing all the trailers for this is it is very Dark Souls-like. And it is like if Dark Souls had combos. So
It's Sekiro specifically, I feel, because it's so parry-focused.
It is, but you move slower than Sekiro. You move more like a Dark Souls game almost.
Yes, you do. It feels strange.
Yeah. One thing I do really like is it has a ton of other traversal mechanics. So I'm like, okay, even if through this fighting and stuff, I at least have it has swimming, it has Uncharted style climbing, it has swinging on poles, you get an air dash. So I'm like, okay, well, this part of the game's neat. and it looks incredible.
Yeah, it looks real fucking good. Cool, really cool monsters too.
Yeah, and they keep pulling out new weirder ones, because they're like, you would think this is more Lovecraftian than I assume it is, because they are like almost crab people.
It's like every enemy almost is like a tyrant
Mm-hmm.
from Resident Evil. Like they have that level of I'm a bizarre flesh monster going on.
It also has some nice like visual effects I don't expect. Like you'll see rain dripping off of something and making a perfect like stream down, and you can actually get under it and it'll bounce off her head properly.
Oh, cool.
And the controller shake properly for it too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is neat.
They're like, wow, he's put a lot of effects into this. And then the dev's like, yeah, here's why I made it. And then they turn the character around so that way it falls perfectly behind their head and lands on a different part of them. And then they build the camera up and you're like, yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get why you
Thank
spent
you.
this much time on this. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
I saw someone post on Twitter a video where it looked like her sneak suit was changed to, like, you know how they have pillow covers that are supposed to look like anime girls?
Uh-huh.
This suit looked like her wearing a different scantily clad outfit, but was clearly still the sneak suit.
Yeah, it's called the skin suit, I believe, even. It's supposed to it like it's sort of your shield defenses, so it's supposed to make it harder.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
like you want to. It's like you want to look at her. Well, you have no shield now. That you don't have the thing that reduces your damage. This game has such a bizarre style because your bonfires are like Final Fantasy VII Remake checkpoints that have a chair, a retro futuristic vending machine.
Yeah, I actually really love
and like
the
a
animation.
CRT.
Yeah, she like flips out a coin and puts it in the vending machine. That's how you turn on the bonfire. It's really good.
That is really good.
There's a ton
It does do that. It does do this thing I would like all games to stop immediately, which is you can upgrade your dodge and your parry to have a bigger window. It's like no, wrong. Stop.
They should just start out as good as those upgrades get you. Yeah.
But at least they're very early in the skill tree, so you don't have to be like, okay, now 8 hours and it feels like it fucking should.
Right. Your dodge takes you a surprisingly small distance. It's weird. But then you get other things like sometimes an enemy will pull up an attack and it has like a blue aura. And if you dodge towards them in that blue aura moment, she teleports behind them with a cool animation and you start hitting their back. Which is another thing that makes it like Sekiro-ish.
Right, that's really neat.
Yeah, this game doesn't have stamina.
No,
Instead, enemies have pips. And whenever you beat it seems to be you either when you perfect parry them, when you beat their ass really hard for an extended period of time, or when you hit them with one of your special moves. You have special moves that are like L1 and a face button, and basically doing combat fills the bar you use to do those. So it's a meter. And once all the pips are down, they fall down and do the you can execute me thing, and you can eviscerate them.
So how
it takes like 40% of the health off the bosses.
Is it just a stagger gauge?
It is pretty similar to the stagger gauge,
okay,
yeah.
But contextually here, it's a little different because it's just of how this combat works, I guess.
Right. It's really like a stagger gauge is in Sekiro almost directly.
Yeah,
because it can be knocked down by you parrying them and such.
Right, and that's cool. It's cool when you lock it into a specific mechanic like that.
Mm-hmm.
When you beat this demo, you also get fight the harder boss thing with more abilities.
Yeah.
And that's really cool because you find out, okay, you get a perfect dodge pretty early, but you don't have anything you can do after that perfect dodge. Like you don't have a special thing you can do. But that you get that in this second boss. So if you do a perfect dodge, you can like David Edge runners teleport up to them no matter how far they are from you.
Mm-hmm.
And like gut them. And the bonus boss, the extra boss would like throw rocks at me. So you perfect dodge the rock and now you teleport across the arena directly into their face.
Yeah, it's almost like her stinger almost, because it just gets you to the enemy insanely fast.
She like Masatsu's over to them.
Mm-hmm.
There was also something with that boss where like it would expose a big pus orb on its shoulder sometimes, and if you shoot that with your near automata drone gun, it does a bunch of damage.
Yeah, weirdly, something they don't introduce because you don't get it until this extra part of the demo. You just have like you can pull up a third-person shooter style gun on your arm and just shoot stuff. And yeah, that shooting that pus blob will knock down something. I can't remember exactly how it worked.
It is really funny that there's like the male handler character named Adam.
Good
Or
name.
maybe I think the drone is Adam and the male handler doesn't have a name.
Does Stellar Blade Lady do one of these?
No,
She doesn't.
No, she doesn't do that.
But I just think it's funny that he's like the most generic looking man in the world.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset, and I hope that they introduce a male guy who is not the most generic looking man in the world, because it's so lame to be like, oh yeah, your main character is almost over designed levels, and then this guy's just a guy in a raincoat, like a completely normal modern raincoat.
It's funny. It's like, oh shit, you found a fusion cell. Before the fall, everything was powered by these infinite fusion batteries. It's like, use it to open a door.
Yeah,
Like, doesn't that seem like it'd be a really valuable asset? It's a battery that never runs out. It's like, door. Use it to open a door.
Something I appreciate is it's always playing music. Unlike a lot of Dark Souls games and Dark Souls-like games where it's like, no music.
And a lot of games this week.
Yeah.
You're like, oh man, it's consistently playing music. Thank you. So, Bob, how do you think this will match up in our Stellar Blade versus Hellblade 2 flop swap death stream?
Hellblade's already looking bad on its own. This is going to pummel into the ground as it's like, hey, I look really nice and run at 60 and have a unique, interesting art style. Like, oh man, Hellblade. What's going on over there?
Hellblade 2 runs at 30 with dynamic resolution in every single fucking UE5 feature. Aren't you gonna love to spin the camera and just get a head injury instantly?
Yeah, I'll just start vomiting.
Dude,
I want to stably
Okay,
aim the camera at one object and try to look at it and be like, that looks neat. I better not move.
if these two data points are given about a game, has it ever been good? The data points are runs at 30 FPS, and the second data point is marketing talking about how you'll feel the impact of each sword swing in combat.
No, that's
never.
No.
That just translates to, oh, we made our game wrong. That's how we describe terrible input latency.
I want to go on the record as saying that the idea of putting these two games right next to each other is objectively hilarious. But I also foresee the future where this is it. This is the stream that gets you guys branded as misogynists for the rest of time.
No.
Jesus.
Somebody would have to care about Hellblade 2 for that to happen.
No, they would just have to care about Xbox. And there are a lot
That's
of people
also
that
not
care
going to
about
happen.
Xbox.
I think
all of
absolutely
those
don't.
people hate women.
But here's the thing.
They can't perceive it.
One, Chris is probably right. Two, I feel like 2 years ago, you might have been right, Aggro. But as Chris is saying, the Xbox people are disappearing.
Yeah, they're vanishing fast. Tim
look.
Dog, we lost him.
We lost Tim Dog.
Only people I still see going to bat for Xbox are uniformly like 45-year-old divorced guys.
Yeah,
Like,
but
it's people
the thing
who
I'm
got
noticing-
in with Halo and is like, if Xbox is gone, I am old.
They're going away, but they're not going quietly. Like, you know how some games you kill an enemy and their health bar hits 0 and they either blow up or go into like a berserk mode for 2 seconds. That is what is happening on Twitter.
But true. But Xbox fans are like in the prison of the mind that they couldn't even it's like how how Skullface talks about the language you speak being a prison for your mind that you can't perceive of. Xbox fans have that, so they will never care about Hellblade. the moment it was like Hellblade isn't God of War Ragnarok, it's a 5-hour long game built exactly like the original one. Like it was over.
Yeah, they even like put it at the lower price point and said that like it no longer means anything. Oh yeah, one interesting thing I found out about. Go on.
I'm like, there's a chance aggro's right. It's such a weird possibility, though. Because I have to entertain, because, like, what happens a lot of the time, I have Dan video games, Bob has Bob video games, and we have a certain energy. So a lot of people come in and just assume we're boyfriends. So it's this weird, specific fork of a timeline where it's like two gamers, these Sony ponies who hate women and are gay. And it's like the Xbox sphere is blowing up, calling us James Somerton tier, like, horrible, misogynist gay dudes. I'm like, man, that's an interesting timeline. That's a weird fan base I really don't want to get.
No.
6 months from now, everybody's gonna be like, "Wow, why did everybody make such a big fucking deal about Stellar Blade? Who cares?"
Stellar Blade or Hellblade?
Stellar Blade.
You think 6 months from now they'll think that, or about the outrage? Because I assume there's an outrage.
Yeah,
I think both. I don't think Stellar Blade is going to persist in the public consciousness for an extended period of time. I think people are going to play it and then never talk about it ever again.
Yeah, because it doesn't, like, of all the things I expect from Stellar Blade, I don't expect any Yoko Taro-esque strong writing moments that resonate and stick with you.
I expect, like, one insane thing.
Right. I don't know.
I was really impressed at the very beginning because this is a much bigger scope than I thought it would have. It starts with like spaceships coming in from the atmosphere, and the spaceships have really cool designs, and then they launch out all these pods with these robot warrior women.
Oh shit!
Yeah, no, it's really sick, and I'm like, is it gonna keep doing insanely sick stuff like this?
Right. This could be a situation like Grand Blue. Relink, where it just has these set pieces you did not expect there would be these many visually amazing moments.
Right, and if it's chocked full of stuff like that, maybe it'll hold an audience, like more public perception of it. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I would be kind of surprised because it already looks really good. And I feel like, okay, that most of the money went to that. It's going to have like a more sober Soulsy structure. I'm sure there will be a hub because they talked about like optional content and side quests and shit. So I'm sure there'll be like a hub and you teleport back to this bonfire and go do a thing. Maybe.
Yeah, because they have so many different little pieces that make each bonfire work. Some of them are more advanced and have like a full-on telephone boost. That lets you teleport between them.
That's sick.
Yeah, so it's only certain ones that have that. And I'm like, oh man. There's lots of little neat details.
I actually didn't know there was, like, this sounds ignorant, but I curate shit to not really follow a lot of people or end up following people who would hate retweet a lot of people. Where, like, there was an outrage over, like, oh, she's sexy.
Yeah, there's an outrage over that.
Sincerely, the only exposure I had was Alex Battaglia getting weird about it on content. Like, he didn't even say in any of the things I watch, because I don't comprehensively watch every Digital Foundry video anymore. In the stuff I watched and the tweets I read of his, he didn't even saliently express an idea other than just being weird about it. But yeah, I assumed we were we were far along enough that the reaction isn't as strong as this exact sort of reaction was for Bayonetta.
Yeah,
back then.
I think the weird part is the reaction is coming from like inverse reaction to the weirdos who are like, oh man, this is like getting back to what video games should be.
So it's two fucking weird cliques of people.
It's we are in the grift economy now, where it's literally an industry, and then reacting to it is an industry, and then reacting to that is also an industry.
Yeah, and I try to keep us doing that to a minimum, because there have been a number of opportunities where it's like, oh, it would do well for us to just make a thing about, and I'm like, nope, don't give a fuck.
There's
Life is so full of bullshit. Don't engage with disingenuous people.
Yeah.
They're not worth your time.
I have a philosophy, and this is why I didn't watch that video about James Somerton either. I will never, ever watch a YouTube video about other YouTube videos. Go fuck yourself. Never. Not ever. Not once. No matter the subject. I don't care.
I feel like it took me months to even watch the James Somerton one, because notionally I have the same policy. right?
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that one, which I watched for other reasons, I have done that at least once because the algorithm saw me watch that and it thought it would recommend some other ones.
Uh-huh.
But that's because they were about AVGN and I was interested in getting more info about that. But both of those videos were bad for completely different reasons in the exact way that is avoiding exactly what we're talking about, right?
The James Somerton video created this bizarre eco. The YouTube algorithm makes people act insane.
It does.
I saw all these videos spring up after that one got so much traction, trying to be that video.
Yeah.
A lot of them trying to be that video about James Somerton. I'm like, guys, it already exists. The video, like, what are you doing? You're just reiterating it.
That happened a lot right after that. I mean, that was an industry, and it existed before the James Somerton video, but that James Somerton video for H Bomber Guy blowing up, which it's not just about him, but he has the most fantastical story in the entire fucking thing for sure. Was a watershed moment in the algorithm juicing all of those. And it really kicked the industry into overdrive.
Yeah.
The only thing I really think is funny is James Somerton going, I did plagiarism because an anvil fell on my head when I was a child.
Yeah, the stuff I find funny is, if I remember the video correctly, I'm not the source. I'm trying to remember the source, so this is not me directly saying this, so it's inactionable legally. Just to be clear. If I remember the video correctly, he used AI-generated images to pitch movies that were supposed to be empowering the gay community that were clearly very thin knockoffs of things that were popular movies when he did that, because he had some weird Patreon or crowdfunding thing to make movies.
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining like the gay Avengers.
It was almost that. Every single pitch was clearly, I saw a cool movie in theaters. I heard this book was popular, but didn't read it. Like, they were all that. It was very funny.
The biggest movie of 2025, gay Oppenheimer.
But yeah, I think the last image, because all that would ever exist of these things is like some image he got made either on Fiverr or through AI. And that's all that would ever exist. And then they would be like, coming soon from company. And then they would never do anything. It's been years.
Mm-hmm.
It was in League of Extraordinary Gay Gentlemen. You know, if there's one thing that movie could have used, it's more of a gay vibe. Now that I'm thinking about it, actually, it would have scared off the only demographic it had, though.
Right? Like that wouldn't do it any good at the box office.
No, the dads would have showed up in the theater with the other kind of dads, and they would have been like, Wait, who's this movie for? They're just. It would have all been so confusing. Yeah, but yeah, I try to avoid that content. The two AVGN things I watched were, one of them was two guys, really insufferable. Basically, the way haters describe us. If I'm going to be honest, they're like, they don't like the thing I like, so they're the worst and they're completely negative people. But no, these people were literally, their whole thing was the grift. Their whole thing was being sarcastically reactive to a drama that was ongoing, making a very cheaply made stream video of it, hitting record and just rambling for 40 minutes, but it was about the AVGN. And it was like,
I hate those ones that are the stream format too. It's so like, we need chum for the algorithm as much as we can make, as fast as we can make.
Right, because this is the thing. It's not like when we cover E3, it's us covering an industry event. That's an event that happened, and by recording it via a stream, we captured a slice of time. These motherfuckers wanted to make a video, but just didn't want to edit it at all, and wanted to ramble and make fun of James Rolfe and random fucking drama in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when the debate streamers do streams where they just watch someone else's video and yell about it.
Yes, it's like one of those insane length videos I've never watched to avoid that exact thing.
Mauler with his 18-hour long takedown of The Last Jedi.
Yeah, that's the one I always heard about. Funny thing is, in my head, I changed the number to 8 hour, and I was like, that's insane. That can't be that long.
It's like and then you try to say, you said the stupid things like timestamp it in my 24-hour video. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you have too many iron crosses on your outfit for me to engage with you seriously. Goodbye now.
And yeah, and that's the thing. I don't engage with those types. And the information I got from those 2 videos, the only 2 I've ever engaged with that were both about the AVGN, were both like, here's these tiny nuggets of information to this pile of insufferable and rambling.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, I couldn't imagine living my life like that. It's like, could you imagine Big Think Dimension instead of being a weekly podcast where we talk about what we've been playing in gaming news? It's literally
was daily.
It's just short format, as in 40-minute stream video recordings where it's us being like, David Jaffe tweeted this, what a clown, and then we talk all over each other while each of us is trying to say a different mean thing, but half of them aren't clever.
Oh God.
Yeah. Anyway, Stellar Blade.
Yeah. I found out recently that the director of this is the artist who worked on Magna Carta for the
Magna Carta?
Yeah, for the Xbox 360. Which, if you haven't looked that up,
they also did some designs for Soul Calibur, I believe, like Soul Calibur 4, I think.
Oh, that kind of makes sense, actually.
Seeing the Magna Carta designs, because I remember seeing those back in the day, they line up a lot with this. So I was like, that's just how Korean art looks in my head, because that was one of the first Korean things I saw.
Definitive Korean moment.
And it's like, no, it's just the same guy. But yeah, it's like Chris was saying, it seems neat. Probably fine.
Yeah, like I said, it will score between a 72 and a 78 on Metacritic, and over its 3-4 year lifespan as a game will sell like 2 to 3 million copies.
Yeah, probably, if they're lucky.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if they're lucky.
Yeah. I don't understand getting upset about anything in this though.
Yeah, no, they made the game with sexy lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the right wingers get freaky, and then people get mad at them. So it detaches itself from reality real fast nowadays.
That's so unfortunate.
It doesn't feel like.
It feels like you look at it and then you look and be like, how did you get there? It's like, what do you mean this is owning Insomniac somehow? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Viewed in a vacuum, it's like you're seeing people having a protest for something that you don't think exists. You're doing what now? What? Okay, guys. I don't know.
Also, when I was looking up news for this, I was like, what do you mean this was announced this long ago and originally it was going to be on the PS4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is one of those, just like that one made by the guy who's a huge fan of Final Fantasy or whatever.
But it's not like
Lost
that
Soul
one.
aside.
Yeah, it's not like that one, because that's like an indie dev. This is made by Shift Up, the creator of the hit mobile game Nikke.
Yeah, Nikki. I think it's pronounced Nikki, Goddess of Victory, Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the one where if you see the girl shooting over the cover and her ass is jiggling as the gun fires from the recoil, that's Nikki.
One moment.
They had a crossover with Nier Automata.
Yeah,
Because
Yoko Taro has been talking to the artist on Twitter. He's like, I'm there day one. I'm excited for Stellar Blade. But yeah, they gave 2B an assault rifle.
I Google it.
Uh-huh.
I hit images. The second image is the perfect side profile thing you constantly hear people go, that is anatomically impossible. A lady cannot present her boobs and her ass. And I'm like, this lady seems to be doing both and an assault rifle. That's really funny.
Oh, yeah. One of the April Fool's jokes that came out this week that I thought was actually really funny is that game had a crossover. I have no idea what even, but it's just the girl she's freaking out like crazy behind the wall, and then she points up over it and just screams without looking.
Yeah, blind fires while screaming. I think she's a character already in that game.
Probably.
So it's like a April Fool's alt of her.
I mean, until he said the blind fires, I was like, this is just a scene in Twin Peaks. Is it in the Red Room?
Yeah, she has like real Kobeni energy where she's just blind firing over the wall behind her and screaming.
Mm-hmm.
People love a girl who freaks out and starts firing. Did you guys have anything else to say, or can we?
I think there might only be one weapon in this. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. You get a lot of moves for it, though. I think most of it's going to be you swapping out your 4 face button moves.
Right. And there's a ton of outfits. Even the demo's like, here, mess with like 4 of them.
There's apparently some weird thing where if you put on equipment to raise your weight, it changes the input delay and makes it worse.
Is that why people were coming up with insane fan theories about if you turn off HDCP, there's less latency? I saw someone on Reddit suppose this, and then a bunch of people were like, oh yeah, it totally works. And no one's providing any video or anything. And I'm like,
I didn't
that is very unlikely.
I didn't notice this game feeling weirdly latent.
It feels like there's long startup for the attack, but it doesn't feel like... It feels like it's more like, no, there's long startup for an attack.
Right, there's a world of difference between that and I push a button and it doesn't happen for half a second. There's that,
and it feels like there is maybe a little bit of startup on your blocking animation. Like you have to actually get up into it for it to be blocking.
Yeah, same
and
with the
also
dodge.
some of the enemies have some of the enemies want you to be at a very specific distance from them, or you can't react to the shit they're doing. Like there's a starfish enemy that floats.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're up in its face, it will kind of flail at you, and that's really hard to block. But if you're further away, it will do a dive towards you that is cake, and you can effortlessly perfect parry it and eviscerate them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely run into that in a game before. I'm genuinely very excited for this game. If the Hella Blade versus Stella Blade. We should do that. We should be halfway on both names. Take a letter from one, add a letter to the other. Hella Blade versus Stella Blade. Flop swap. If it weren't for that, I would actually try this at launch because I think it's going to be It's going to be a strong contender. I think it could contribute to some Game of the Year's categories. That would be very fun.
Oh yeah,
yeah, for sure.
And I always appreciate a game that doesn't have a plan, a game that doesn't go, and this is like Suicide Squad, where down the road, I want a game not made in the West a lot of the time, that maybe ends.
Yeah,
it's an 100-hour RPG featuring a likable man with an afro.
Right, I came out and was like, "There's no DLC. There's no microtransactions.
Put that shit on the box.
You buy our game and it's done."
These should be system level checkboxes. You know how they standardize that shit in CERT? It should be like 2 to 8 players. The game is done. There is no DLC.
That was the thing where it's like, it seems like Cyberpunk 2077 is dying because they're not updating anymore. I'm like, it's done. It's a single player game. This is how things used to be.
Like it meeting the same fate as Hogwarts Legacy. Like, you are an insane person.
In a perfect world, a game would be mostly done when it released, get 2 bug patches for the thing it fixed, and then never update again.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That is literally the ideal. There are only 2 ways a game should work. That and the Burnout Paradise model of... Oh, we just drastically improved the No Man's Sky. That's a more contemporary. Yeah. The No Man's Sky model,
the Warframe model.
You bought the game. Well, you have to be able to buy the game.
Oh yeah, okay. You buy it first.
So you bought the game, and now it's just infinitely better years later because we just kept making it gooder. That's the ideal.
I'm excited for this because I love games where it's just like they just put whatever fucking thing they thought was cool in this, and games are too expensive to get that very often anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's just like, well, we controlled the scope enough that we can just put a bizarre future vending machine. We can just put these weird monsters and weird powers in the game.
Mm-hmm. It does feel weird to me that to some extent, when I saw the leaked trailer for that Spider-Man 2 multiplayer thing, that occurred to me to be more like, based on that trailer, more like the Ghost of Tsushima co-op thing. That's just a fun thing they would add post-launch than a real full experience.
Right.
So it feels shitty that it's like, Sony looked at it and then went, how does this generate infinite money? Because, it would have been development in 2023 instead of 2019.
All right.
Anyways, let's move on from Stellar Blade.
Sure.
Did you play anything?
I didn't play anything else, so I didn't have time.
Great.
I guess I played a little more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but it's like, yeah, I was clearing more side quests. Great.
Cool. Did you have fun?
Yeah, there's good side quests in this game. Weird.
You're like, it was great. They told me to do a thing that wasn't solving their maze or flying through
Or
raves.
finding dirt.
The closest one to finding dirt I thought was really funny, actually, because it's like, okay, these guys lost their supplies. Somehow they put them down next to every single rappellable rope in this area.
Yeah, zip lines.
Yeah,
There's
every single
lines
zip line.
going through. They only dropped them at the top.
Yeah,
so
they
you
just-
have to find every single zip line in the area.
It's like, how did you even do this?
This is a prank, right? I lost all of this thing. Can you please collect it? They're always sitting next to an old grandma in a red dress. It's like, I'm not doing that. No, there's
hey,
a camera.
bud, I lost all my supplies. Can you find them for me? I left them next to each pornography store in the area.
Brought to you by the Midgard Chamber of Commerce.
Bob, you have to admit though,
Uh-huh.
I think you're being hyperbolistic. The dirt in 16 was fucking funny. At very least the second time. It was like, it's not dirt, it's sand.
The time where it wasn't funny when I got back to base and they wanted me to cry about it. That was aggravating. It was funny up until that.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. It was like, we need to get deposits. I'm like, okay. And they're like, it's in the sand. And I'm like, you're literally just telling me to collect sand again, aren't you? And they're like, but the sand that's different. That's different from dirt. And I'm like, you're right, but that was fucking hilarious to me. Anyways, that's all you've
That's
done.
all I played.
Let's go to aggro next.
Due to the horrific encroachment of real life shit, I was not able to finish Unicorn Overlord yet. I'm getting close. I beat the Coliseum. I think I married a dude. It's kind of unclear based on the dialogue.
Did it go like Ride to Hell, where you just had sex, but your character's expressions and dialogue around it made it unclear if you were into it?
Look, we just we both said some things that could be taken a lot of ways. I'm just saying that there should be no closer relationship for the proper functioning of a kingdom than the king and his wizard, who just really likes to be praised a lot.
They're just really good friends.
Look,
Well,
it's my castle. They're all my rooms. We're technically roommates.
Wait, real quick, you said he really likes to be praised a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a good boy?
He is, but he doesn't think so. And he needs to be reassured.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking.
Like literally, when he levels up, sometimes he's like, could you perhaps praise me?
It's a lot, yeah.
He's got some issues. He had a bad childhood. He's got some hang-ups about his mom.
Does he ever literally ask for head pats? Or am I making that up?
It's to the point where I couldn't tell you for sure.
What if I've been playing instead of Unicorn Overlord? This is incredible. Also, apparently, there's a really sick owl mage.
Yes.
Yes. Also on the main team. It's just good shit.
God damn. What a fucking video game. Tempted now, since I'm already past the point of getting first in the door,
Uh-huh.
where I'm like, what if I just did all these other games first? And I just got to live this dream.
Like there's a moment in a lot of video games where you're like, that's the badass chick with a big weapon and the short haircut. And then in some video games it goes, no, that's the badass chick with the big weapon and the short haircut. In Unicorn Overlord, that happens 3 times.
That's a real kill scaling there.
Right?
That's perhaps even Gurren Lagann, where it's just like, nah, we're like,
With the scale of one of them, yeah, I think it's Gurren Lagann. Like, how can she be 10 feet tall? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, Guts Mommy was the moment where I went, okay, the rest of her armor is perfectly accurate. I believe that her thighs are uncovered, not from like a design perspective, like, oh, we need this character to be sexier. I think she leaves her thighs uncovered to demoralize her enemies.
An effective strategy, frankly. Okay, well, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Nope.
Hey, Chris!
I played Silent Hill 2.
Yay! It's always like this for Chris.
Silent Hill 2. It turns out that when everybody calls a game a masterpiece, it's probably because it is. I kind of think basically every single thing about that game is perfect. I think it's paced exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
I think it delivers its story perfectly. I think the weird stilted cutscenes and voice acting are actually Silent Hill 2 is the most unremakeable game ever made. What the fuck was Konami thinking? They're cooked. It's over.
You cannot make the combat good and accessible and fun to play because that fundamentally will make it not Silent Hill 2.
I like Silent Hill 2's combat. It's fun to slowly edge out of the way of something and then bonk them with a pipe.
But it has a shambling energy. It's not crisp. It's not polished and actiony.
Mm-hmm.
They should have made it worse and trusted the Dark Souls factor to carry it.
Yeah, I'm like, the combat doesn't feel like bad enough to be unpresentable. Honestly,
no, but it is slow
great.
And meditated.
It is.
And that's the thing. Gamers really don't want to do slow or meditative outside of Dark Souls.
Like, I didn't die at all.
Right. Mm-hmm. I don't think we did either, except maybe once to Triangle Head.
Triangle fucker.
Pyramid Head.
Yeah. No, I called that dude Triangle Fucker for years as a joke because I saw the movie.
Uh-huh.
And then when they pulled that shit of, actually, his name is... I was like, dude, my joke name for this dude's way better than...
They call him... a red triangle thing, I think.
Red triangle thing. And it's like, that wasn't what it said in the fucking game even.
Yeah, in the game, they calls him Pyramid Head multiple times. And even if you're like, well, that's not his designation, that's just what James is calling. It's like,
well, if you played the fucking game, it really matters what James calls him. That movie's going to be way funnier the second time I see it. The Silent Hill movie.
I'm sure.
Because my Silent Hill fan friend, which now Chris can understand, we're watching the Silent Hill movie. And it's Silent Hill 1, I believe, except Triangle Fucker's there. And my Silent Hill fan friend is percolating with rage. He's like, that doesn't fucking... Why would he fucking be here? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I do think it's really interesting that Konami very clearly is like, okay, 1 and 3 don't touch 2 at all. Like, they exist in different fucking realities, basically.
Yeah.
Because
Silent Hill is a different thing between them.
And then 2... But then all these Western ones are like, no, it's all the same. I'm like, no, it's fucking not. You're an idiot. But yeah, I can't say enough good things about Silent Hill 2. You should go play Silent Hill 2 if you've never played Silent Hill 2. Get the PC version off My Abandonware and go to the Silent Hill Enhanced 2 Enhanced Edition website. It's an installer. It's so unbelievably easy. It maybe isn't a completely pure experience because it makes the rowing part of the game much easier.
That's good.
That was unbelievable. He gets to the part with the boat and the rowing.
Uh-huh.
And he gets to the other side at under 40 seconds. Like 20 seconds, maybe. What?
And it's like 2 minutes, but yeah.
And I'm just losing it. And then I'm saying nothing because one of the things I actually hate personally is when I'm at another person's stream and chat at all pays attention to me. Mm-hmm. It feels like stealing any attention. So I said nothing, even though I'm losing it because we spent minutes in that lake lost as fuck. And then someone in chat's like, I swear that took Dan and Bob like 7 fucking minutes. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm crying over here watching.
Man, what a good game. I'm just thinking of the quote unquote dungeon where you spend an hour, like a full hour, jumping down holes.
Mm-hmm.
Like James just walks into a room, there's a bloody, rusty hole, you can't see the money. He's like, I guess I better jump in. This happens like 5 times as you navigate layers of hell.
Yeah.
And then you come out the other side 10 feet from where you went in.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that helped me get to the dock. James, do you think this is normal right now? By the way, the number was actually 13 minutes we spent in the lake. The funniest part is Bob tries it. We get lost. I go, reload the checkpoint. I'll try it. I try it. I also start veering off course and I go, oh my God. So to see Chris just fucking cakewalk, it felt like the fucking 2-piece jigsaw puzzle. And both Bob and I are like, okay, big guy, you solve it.
Maria is one of the funniest characters ever. It's just so unbelievably funny. It's like, you look like my dead wife, but with pink highlights and a slutty butterfly tattoo, and you work in a strip club and would never yell at me.
Silent Hill 2 is so on point and so funny.
Man, they sure did steal a scene from Blue Velvet. Just directly.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But yeah, like that game's easy to navigate. Smooth. It didn't have any puzzles that were egregiously stupid. You get to use a big knife.
That's true.
Which I used on Eddie. I used the big knife on Eddie and broke his AI, so he quit shooting me and kind of just ran around in circles and waited for me to decapitate him with the big knife.
Most people don't go into the horror game to become the horror villain axe murderer, but Chris is built different.
I think it's a really brave choice that the best weapon in every Silent Hill game is a melee one, at least in 1 and 2. Because it's like, no, I don't need a shotgun. I need to hit them with this fucking sledgehammer with a spike on the end. There's not a lot of horror movie monsters that can tolerate that.
It's true.
Like, oh, you're a werewolf? Can you regenerate from not having a head anymore?
It's like, oh, you're a werewolf? Can you stand right there? Hydraulic press lower.
But yeah, that remake's gonna be total dog shit.
It is. Now that you've played this, we have to do a spoiler.
We do.
God.
It's gonna be when I saw the context of the noose in the actual game, when in the trailer they have him like mugging to the camera and almost crying, like, why is he making that face? There's no fucking reason for him to be making that face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, the only way it works is if it's literally not in the actual game, and they made it that way for the trailer to make it look like, oh, he's gonna hang himself.
Bloober team, you're fucked. I'm sorry, you're not gonna exist as a studio after this game comes out. Like, you're gonna somehow be killed.
And nothing of value was lost.
Right.
God. Unremakeable. It can't be done. One of those things that is the beautiful crystallization of 100 different things going exactly right in the defiance of all logic.
Yeah, you could do a simple remaster. You could just, hey, it's high res and runs on new systems.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they should have done.
And Konami is allegedly doing that anyway. Like, that came out, I think it's like, yeah, we intend to just re-release the normal Resident Silent Hills 2.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
People want to play those.
It's the same. It's just a different order than the Metal Gear ones.
Right.
So it's like, man, Jim Ryan sure did pick the absolute worst second party exclusives. Like that and Forspoken. What a
And they did, and
Yeah,
they
I'm
got
glad
the
he's
market, and they got the marketing for. Honestly, I'm glad he's dead. Where it's legacy marketing exclusivity,
Yeah, no,
At least that game sold a lot. At least that game sold a lot.
and then also marketing exclusivity for Suicide Squad.
I'm really fucking glad he's gone.
Didn't they also do this for the Metal Gear Solid Delta?
I think they have marketing, but
Yeah,
maybe.
I think that's marketing.
I think
I think they have
Xbox,
that. Yeah.
I think Xbox showed something, so maybe it's not even marketing.
Maybe.
Other than that, I played more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's still a really great game. I enjoy the PS2-esque structure of it, where it's like, yeah, these dungeons are not especially complex, but they have a thing you're gonna remember,
Hmm.
and they don't seem like they cost $100 million to make. And also, there's really fun little character moments. Bob was right. Yuffie does just seem like she has more shit than every other character, other than Cloud.
Yeah, no, it's ludicrous.
So it seems like she's maybe a little bit OP. But you can't rely on that because dungeons, you don't get to pick who your party is.
Mhm.
Usually
Oh.
what they do is the dungeon split into two halves, and in one half you play as these three characters, and in the other half you play as these three characters.
So they turned Final Fantasy VII into the end of Final Fantasy VI,
Yeah,
where you split up into the
Right.
parties. Interesting.
It's usually like you got separated somehow, or one group goes ahead to scout, or it's like this door is locked, we'll go open it while this character nurses their head wound or whatever.
What the head wounds?
It's a very bonk heavy zone.
I played some Postal 4
Oh,
because I bought that way back when it was in early access, and I'm like, I should finally try to play Postal 4.
Okay.
They added 3. I knew that they added Rick Hunter, the Postal 2 postal guy, and Corey Cruz, the Postal 3 postal guy. And the one that was in there during early access was John St. John.
Yeah.
I didn't know they added fucking Zach Ward as a voice option. That's crazy. Zach Ward being the bully from A Christmas Story, which is notable because he was the postal dude in the Uwe Boll postal movie.
oh,
He is in
Yeah.
fact a major. Zach Ward, like the human being, is a major character and boss in Postal 2 Paradise Lost, the Postal 2 DLC that came out 14 years after Postal 2.
Jesus Christ.
This game is bizarrely not edgy. Because
Huh.
Postal 2, a pretty edgy game. Like you can see the idea. It was made by some, freaks in their trailers in Arizona, where it's like, we made a game where you don't have to kill everyone, but it's really fucking entirely boring if you do that. So instead you shoot people in the face and do crack. Doesn't that say a lot about society? And in Postal 2, that energy feels like almost in the original is like the Postal 2 is like stupid and edgy and gross, and like you fight the Taliban and all this
Yeah.
other shit that it's like the most 2002 game ever made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might have come out in 2004. I don't actually remember.
But it doesn't
year,
matter because what you just said is correct.
Yeah, 2002 lasted until 2009.
Unfortunately.
And this game feels like it has none of that energy. It feels like a weird cartoony GTA knockoff almost. Where it's just like, yeah, it's kind of edgy, but nobody's getting shocked by you lead dogs into a dubious van and it's implied the guy eats them. You don't see it,
Okay.
you just hear about it. Or you mop up a bunch of shit inside the sewer. Isn't that funny? And it's like, is this really brilliant social commentary, like how the edgy kind of counterculture libertarian sickos from 2020 are now just completely boring boomers? Like, is this brilliant meta satire? It also runs pretty bad inexplicably because it's Unreal Engine 4. It's just like, why is it like hitting like 50?
They sure shipped the game.
Yeah, is this got like the structure of old Postal games, or is it like level to level?
It's the same kind of structure, yeah. It's like
Okay.
it's each day you have these tasks, and I like that you can tell that because running with Scissors, the development team, they're in Arizona. You can tell that the town it's technically a different town from Postal 2, but you can tell like the evolution of them looking around where they are impacted it, because Postal 2 shithole, rural shithole. There's nothing. There's a tiny shitty mall. There's some houses. There's a store. Postal 4 is like strip mall city. So it's interesting to see, like, you can imagine those kind of towns became exurbs of bigger cities and became these weird strode infested strip mall shitholes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I will probably keep playing it and see if it has any teeth at all, or if it just continues kind of meandering along like, yeah, I guess we'd like to make some money.
Did you play anything else?
I played a bunch of Toho Scarlet Curiosity. That is a top-down action RPG starring Toho characters. It is a lot like the Ys games like Oath and Felghana and Ys Origin, except the point of an Ys game is that you buzzsaw through enemies instantly. You don't do that in this game. So I kind of fell out and quit playing it because it's like, well, it takes too long to kill enemies. And you don't move fast enough. Adolf fucking hauls ass.
He books it.
Like a big appeal to any Ys game to me is like, you hit the enemy like it's fucking half-minute hero. They're gone. But it's a Toho game, so it had really good music. But yeah, like the not into MASH. If I wanted to play a shitty action RPG where I had to beat on each enemy for 10 minutes, I'd go play Oninaki, so at least then I would know what's in that horrible story.
Oh my god, that.
Fair.
Jesus.
Fair.
But those are all the things I played. Except on Saturday, I am playing Silent Hill 3. I'm playing Silent Hill 3 on Saturday. Will it be one stream? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how long it is compared to the other two. I'll probably just play it until it's over, or I decide I had enough for that day, and then I'll come back the next day. That will also be your last day. I'm also closing the submissions for the Sprite.
Oh yeah, did we talk about that on Big
We did
Think?
a couple times. Yes,
okay.
we did.
Let's explain it again to anyone who missed that.
One of the goals on my birthday donathon was the chat gets to decide a Sprite I have to use, which is, one of these where I vibrate and jostle and make different expressions. You can submit those to Chris Wolfhart Biz, B-I-Z, @gmail.com. I am never posting this on Twitter, because why would you post an email address on Twitter?
Never.
No.
Never.
No.
Never.
But once, probably when I start Mass Effect, which might be like the Monday after Silent Hill, I don't know. I kind of want to buzzsaw through Mass Effect Andromeda.
What? No way.
But during those streams, we will do the voting on all the submissions for all the sprites. And for the record, Jinkaria submissions aren't allowed because I already have Jinkaria. A Podlord made Jinkaria for me, so I already have me as Jinkaria. In fact, I might go really sicko mode and edit it so I have Jinkaria with multiple expressions. Just so I can jump scare people.
Yeah, that's what that would do.
It's like, what the fuck are you? I'm like, oh, I'm a character from a Bleach filler arc nobody's watched.
Well, I guess with Chris announcing what he's got coming up, we're going to announce what we have coming up. We are playing tomorrow Silent Hill 3 one day before Chris, so he doesn't spoil it for us on Big Think Dimensions the next week. We waited 20 years plus to finally play Silent Hill 3. We're jumping the gun on him and shooting him. Like, no,
Yeah,
we gotta jump.
We structured this exactly so neither of us, there would be no Big Think Dimension where one of us played it but the other had not.
Yeah, so that's literally been sitting right there for like weeks, and I'm just like, gonna happen.
Right?
So that's what we're doing. We've only played Silent Hill 2. We did it twice. Now we're playing 3. We have no idea what to expect. We'll be doing the original PS2 version on a real console. Hope that's a good way to play it. I assume it is, because they didn't even make it multi-plat. Well, I think they have a banged up PC port that undoubtedly the community
That
fixed.
is what I am doing, because the community fixed it.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God they're out there fixing it.
I tested it for like 30 minutes and it didn't crash or anything.
So I guess this weekend, we hope you like Silent Hill 3.
Uh-huh.
But that's what we have coming up. Let's talk about what came out. The push part of the Jumper versus Push podcast came out last, 3 days ago on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So go check that out right now. We talk about the push end of the equation compared to Jumper. And I feel like Push maybe suffered from the comparison there because Jumper is not a real film.
That's true. Push is much more a real movie than Jumper.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it is actually staggering to have experienced one and then the other right after it, because Jumper is like if you made a low budget knockoff of an MCU film as it currently exists now,
Right?
and your market was 19-year-old male incels or 15-year-old boys who wish they were 19-year-old male incels. That's Jumper. Push is a film.
Yeah,
So-
Push is an actual movie.
It's an actual movie, so
It has like places where things happen and a
that's
story that is coherent at all.
and it's got Chris Evans. Again, he's neither his fantastic self nor his captain self.
Yeah, he's like the weird intermediary period where it felt like he was bulking up to be Captain America at that time.
Right?
He's like halfway there. Him as Captain America is just that like form of Super Saiyan that's too big that they tried
Yeah.
on Cell and it didn't work out.
Yeah, that and Lucas Lee.
Yes. So that's good. Please go check that out. That's up now. Came out on Monday. Aside from that, I think that's everything. So Podlords!
Oh fuck!
I don't know what Chad's so mad about right now. You guys need to calm down. Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, E. Lee Broyles, Red Blaze 27. Whoa, hello. Windows, I hit a key and you came up with your own idea what that key should do. Red Blaze 27. Suzu Shiro. Yeah, my daughter has finally come home. 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered. WTF Spider-Man. A lead environmental artist in Ride to Hell played Kazuya Mishima in the 1998 Tekken movie. Adam Dudley.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
That's really funny.
I think you should do a Gwimbly theme month to play all the Gwimbly games so we can see that iconic victory dance. do.
Is that thing that used to be in The Simpsons?
DFW 3K, Muckbun, Shiny Mew, Kristen, Juicifrost. Check out free action platformer Flare Nui Nui Quest on itch.io. Also Hollow Break on Steam. Cooper Tank. Ride to Filler, Retribution.
Jesus.
Jake would beat the shit out of Jinkari.
Meanwhile, I'm just looking at that. I'm like, is that cigarette 90% filter and 10% cigarette?
I think he's smoking it backwards.
I think he's supposed to be smoking the drug from that bug he had, maybe?
Sure. Miko heard you give good pets. Can you confirm? Indigo Sykes. out of bleach gag, so Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 more cards. Thank you very much to our Podlords. Wait a minute. Podlord name's weird.
Dan, what does Pot of Greed do?
Whatever you want, man.
Evo Lucario. A raccoon that needs more sleep. Yo, I'm feeling that.
Right?
Did you know how hard it is to diet, exercise, and stream 13 hours a day?
Uh-huh.
Shinji16 would like to remind you that you matter, you are valid, and you deserve to be happy. Believe it or not, this is my most perfect plan ever. Elaborate on that? No!
Would you believe it?
And would you believe it? I have another plan. I'm just going to take a moment to soak this in. One moment. Dear David Lynch, I'm sorry. The Super Mim. If you won't give us a push, then allow me. Sarlene. Timothy Pfister watched Aim for the Ace and can now watch Gunbuster with proper context. Also watch Aim for the Ace, it rules.
I bought that Blu-ray months ago and haven't watched it yet. No.
Yeah, I also bought it a long time ago and have not
How many
watched
episodes are in it?
I just got the movie.
Okay, great. We have a CRT. We
That's
just
true.
Have peak anime experience. Do. Bearded Joe. Kruggle Spub. Pleochrome. Lord Richter officially moved into his new house and can play Unicorn on the new QLED. Nice. Chris, not a fuck-up Wolfheart.
Oh, yeah. That's because it's like, I wouldn't end up in Silent Hill because I'm not a fuck up.
Wait. Oh, man, it shuffled Podlords. Anyways, Chris, when he has to play Bloober Team Silent Hill 2.
I will love playing that. I am slavering over getting to play that.
It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be such dog shit. It's gonna be amazing.
Don Matrix sure screwed Xbox. This clown has had 10 years. It is okay. You are safe to put blame on Phil. Looking forward to it, Chris. Times 2. She's so happy.
She's so happy.
I have pretty high expectations. Multiple people have told me Heather is the greatest survival horror protagonist in history.
The only thing I really know about that, because I played a demo, is you get a Wakizashi.
Holy shit. Gian Carcheria? Oh, because it's Archer.
Uh-huh.
Jin Carcheria. Oh, Lord.
His plan was about as good as the Jinkaria plan.
Yeah.
Some of you may die from the dragon's plague, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Nice.
Oh, God.
It is
realize what that is.
Unsettling. This is really unsettling. Out of bleach gag, so I'm just gonna have you read Yu-Gi-Oh card names. Scar Red Dragon. Thank you very much to our Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlord.
Thank you, Podlord.
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts. You also get extended content for other shows we do, such as Gamer Premonitions, and a patron-funded show that happens 1 a month, either a private show for patrons only, wherein you get to vote on a good thing we have to watch and then vote on, or a public show where we watch a bad thing and talk about it. And if it's a bad thing, patrons get an exclusive commentary track. And there are many exclusive commentary tracks for things you don't want to watch, like X-Men Origins Wolverine or Nintendo Quest or The Golden Compass. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, an unbelievable indie horror film about a man traveling to Thailand to get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand and film his apartment to get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. That is patreon.com/GB podcasts. And if you don't have any money, it always helps us immensely to spread the word to your friends. Rate us on Thursdays. Rate us with a T on your podcasting app of choice. And leave a comment and subscribe if you're listening on YouTube right now. That's patreon.com/GB podcasts.
And if you know anyone who's been obsessed with either the movie Jumper or Push, be sure to send that podcast their way, because ain't nobody else talking about either of those, especially Push. Let's get to the news. Yo, we got news. Bob.
Yeah.
We're going to start with you. Go from down to up.
Okay. Let's see. Cryptid Necrodancer's getting DLC. Well, rather, already got it on PC at least for Hatsune Miku. It's only $2. You can play as Miku. It has like 15 Miku songs and some recomposed from the composer of Cryptid Necrodancer. It looks pretty cool. It's going to be out on, let's see, it's already on PC and it's coming just PS4 and Switch later. We don't know exactly when, but it sounds like soon. That's neat. Miku's got some good songs. In Kobeni, one store of many stories was announced, which I thought this looked pretty neat. Literally, it's, let me see how they describe it. They have their own genre. It's a slice of life, narrative-driven simulation game. And it's set in a convenience store in Japan in the early 90s. And you just seem to, you literally go around fronting different items in the convenience store and talking to patrons.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll try this out. The art style seems okay. So maybe facing groceries in a virtual world is more enjoyable. We got 2 different announcements for games from Inti Creates this week. One was just yesterday, or maybe earlier this morning, I can't remember, called Puzzmix. It's Puzz, capital M, lowercase I, capital X. You play as the Vocaloid from Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avengers IX or 9. I'm not sure exactly which one they go for. And it's a weird, puzzle game where you have your field like in Tetris, but instead of dropping blocks, you're dropping circles, and the circles seem to just all fall into there with physics, and you're trying to match up the colors to make them bigger circles by matching them. And I labeled it as a Trash Panic-like.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now that I know that that's how it works, that you're matching up the circles. That is like that game Suika or whatever that was blowing up on phones. Was it in Japan or was it in a different market? But yeah, that's literally that. So It's really funny that integrates. It's we're just gonna make that.
It's coming to PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC. It comes out tomorrow on Switch, and then the PC on the 19th, and PlayStation on the 26th.
Suika means watermelon, says chat, and I can't call them on it, so I'm gonna trust them. Because it's watermelon game.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, it all adds up.
It's all coming together. I need to look videos up of this. Someone needs to stream this.
Yeah, it's out, so I guess they could. Not us, though. That'd be ridiculous.
Oh my god, us streaming an Inti Creates game?
Ugh.
I've never streamed an Inti Creates game in my life. Haman Karn.
Inti Creates.
Yeah, I bought Gal Guardian, so I have to do that at some point when all my stream goals are over.
Oh my god, I'm that curious. When it drops down in price, I keep thinking about it.
I have forgiven Inti Creates most. You could play a lot worse.
Really? I didn't know. I just came from Demon Pit Week and somehow don't know that.
Blaster Master Zero is actually a pretty decent franchise.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I like the something about Chris saying when all of my rewards are done, and my brain just thought about how big our list is. Even though we just burned through so many, and it flashed to that scene from Fight Club where they're crashing the car, and it's just like, what did you want to do with your life? And the one guy's like, make a painting. The other one says, build a house. That's how I feel about, hey, Dan, what are you doing after the Donathon's over? And then I'm just supposed to list large, ambiguous goals because I know I'm going to die first.
Oof.
Somewhere in an attic, there's a self-portrait of Dan actually getting painted.
We got another Inti Creates announcement this week. It was on April Fool's Day for some reason. I guess they just wanted to be goofy and be like, oh yeah, that's their joke game, but also it's real. But the game doesn't seem like much of a joke, so it's bizarre. It's called Divine Dynamo Flame Frit. And it's like a top-down action-based dungeon crawler, so I assume it'll have randomly generated dungeons, but I'm not sure. And then it has Goemon-style giant mech fights where it's all first person, you like punch other robots. Yeah. Look kind of neat.
Yeah.
I don't know why they were like, oh man, look at our funny April Fool's joke.
Isn't this hilarious? Said the
Was it
Kotaku
April
writer.
Fools when they announced it?
Yeah.
Was it one of those things where it's like, well, in Japan, it was a little bit after?
No, it was even
No,
like...
Japan's usually early.
Yeah, but it went up when Japan was doing all that, and they even make reference to that in like their documents they released with it.
I guess everybody's looking at shit that day. I guess it makes a bizarre, twisted form of sense.
There were some funny April Fool's things I saw. Like Honkai Star Rail did a really good one where they got a tokusatsu director to make a bizarre tokusatsu fight between one of their cute little animal creatures who becomes gigantic and fights something. That was pretty cool. If you follow Honkai at all, or if you just want to see some tokusatsu fight made with modern fidelity.
I don't think any of our viewers like Toku.
You're probably right.
Yeah. They're more interested in Push.
And they love Push. We found out Ubisoft Forward is happening. They're gonna do it. It's gonna be June 10th.
And for people who don't know what that is, that's Ubisoft's direct format.
Yeah, that's their E3 style thing.
That's their E3 style thing. They have announced When We Die. That is June 10th live.
And they're doing it live from Los Angeles. This isn't a pre-recorded thing anymore. They're doing it live, which is always more exciting.
They're just trying to summon the power of E3.
Yes.
They're trying to invoke that evil deity.
No, this is smart. Doing it live is a 100% sure way to, ensure that no one who has since been fired or arrested is on the video.
Yes.
Well, until they cut from the stage to a trailer. That's when it gets tricky.
Since E3 is now totally dead, I wonder if we'll get some insane situation where somebody's like, no, my show's there. I'm bigger than you.
You mean aside from Summer Games Fest?
I mean, well, I guess Summer Games Fest organizes that stuff now, so I guess it wouldn't happen. I'm just always surprised it never happens.
Oh, you mean like right over him, right? Or at the exact same time?
Yeah, where people are running each other over.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Although Sony doesn't even try anymore. And Nintendo seemingly has nothing because they're not shipping until next year.
Yep.
Yeah,
And Microsoft is Microsoft.
What a year in gaming. Thank God the first quarter is unbelievable.
Right?
And the second quarter seems pretty good too. And then there's Visions of Mana.
And Black Myth Wukong. We get to find out if all those games are real.
This is a real year of finding out.
There's a lot of shit this year. Like it might be a lot more than last year even.
It feels like Feels like the first quarter was so fucking stacked. That might be the case just because I don't think a first quarter's ever been that stacked.
Yeah, no, this whole first half of the year is like, oh man, these things are just keep coming. It's really that second half that's like, you okay?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess there's not very much stuff announced for the back end of
Yeah,
the
it's
year yet.
Metaphor?
Yeah,
Refantasio?
Metaphor at some point, Space Marine 2, Black Myth Wukong, and then
East
and then a bunch
10?
of shit that East 10's supposed to be there.
I thought that was supposed to be May or something. No,
No,
that's
you're thinking,
no.
isn't that
Yeah,
Trails
Trail,
from
yeah.
Daybreak?
Yeah,
or
Trails,
whatever?
and that's
Yeah.
June, and that's
Yeah.
June.
Yeah. So that would be covered in the first quarters.
Right,
the
and then
first two
East,
quarters.
yeah,
then,
East 10 is like September.
Yeah. So it's really like East 10, Metaphor, and then some things that should be good, like Space Marine 2 or Black Myth Wukong, but I have no confidence in currently.
I'm very excited. But speaking of rumors about things happening, people have said that we'll see the next Gears of War game at the Xbox Summer Showcase. To which I'm like, are we sure there's going to be an Xbox Summer Showcase?
So,
Well, they have to gas up about an Indiana Jones.
so if you've been looking for the Xbox conference of all Xbox conferences to upset me as much as the 2020 ones did, this would be it. Because there's a really good chance they show the new Gears, and I'm just like, I want the complete dissolvement of Microsoft.
No, people have seen it. They say it looks incredible. It's going to look better than Hellblade 2.
What a bar! What a fucking bar! Our fucking unbelievably expensive game looks better than this game we spent forever making on Unreal Engine 5. Like, that's...
Yeah.
What Gears 5 might look better than Hellblade.
No.
Because...
Six.
No, Gears 5.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, because it runs at 4K 60 or whatever.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see.
God, are they really gonna fucking be like, here's the conclusion to that limp fucking story from Gears 5? Are they really gonna do that 5 fucking years after? Well, 5 years announcing. It'll be 6 or 7 by the time it comes out.
I know. I'm like, I hope it's a reboot again, because, oh, God, we don't even need...
It
There's
needs
nothing
to be,
left.
at bare minimum, it needs to be like it's a decade after Gears 5.
Here's the funny thing. For Halo, I was upset when they copped out.
Yeah.
Because those were important characters who were engaged in that.
Right.
This is not the case with Gears.
No, they're all the characters that are important now are people they introduced in 4.
Imagine we were on the third Mortal Kombat in a row solely focused on the combat kids.
Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You know, the original Gears trilogy, like, it's not really aimed at me. I'm not its demo, so don't think this is a myopic, like, it's for me, so it has a targeted. But you get the vision with those Gears games, who they were for, who would love them, why, etc., etc. There's tone, everything else. Gears 4 and 5 don't have that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Gears 4 and 5 feels like the MO was make them into a Sony property. Make them into our illusion of a Sony property.
I mean, to me, those things really strike as TV writers, movie writers just wrote a cast and stuff. Because none of the characters have, like, a deep, compelling hook. There's no tone to the universe or the characters. It's just gray.
I mean,
goo.
it's
Yeah.
milk
Mush.
toast. It's milk toast white guy, ambiguously alt chick, black nerd. That's like the trio of evil of all media, where it's like, if you see that trio in a thing, you know what you're going into is garbage. Nice fucking cartoon, Danny Phantom.
Honk, honk.
Jesus.
But yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Just the Combat Kids situation. Gears 5 is so bad. So, like, with 6, I don't.
Yeah.
Like, as much as I hate you motherfuckers not setting up trilogies and not concluding them, and this will just be another time you've done that, part of me wants them to not abandon it just to avoid doing that twice with their 2 largest IPs.
Hey, we're working on that. We're trying to make sure they're even smaller.
Yeah, they're doing a great fucking job of that.
I mean, they didn't make a Gears game for 5 years already.
God.
Let's move on.
Sure. Oh man. So recently, Polygon went and checked out Hellblade 2.
Cool.
Neat. That game is locked at 30.
Not
it has
cool.
every visual effect turned on. It looks incredible, they say.
Okay.
Whatever.
Sure.
The game's probably going to suck, but that's not really important. I think what's really interesting is while Polygon was there, they're like, hey, where's Tamina Atonades, the director, like the co-founder of the company and the creative director of this game?
And apparently they had to speak directly to Microsoft to get the answer that he no longer works there.
Yeah, it hasn't worked there for ambiguous amounts of time.
Didn't say any. One second. They didn't say anything on how long it had been when they contacted Microsoft. It's just, he doesn't work there.
Yeah.
The last time he was in any marketing for this game was in February 2020. And all his Instagram posts are him partying in different European countries.
Yeah,
he might have been gone for 2 fucking years.
Right. They said he was involved with early development of this game.
Oh, you said 2020. Did you mean 2022?
I meant 2022.
Okay.
February 2022, where he gave like an interview about this game. And it's nothing but him on different yachts on his Instagram page, like over the past 2 years even. Like, it doesn't seem like he had time to be in an office.
Yeah.
And that dude is clearly the soul of what Ninja Theory was. I don't like him.
Right.
I don't like what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But it's clear that he is a strong voice in the direction of their games.
Right.
Because he loves women in the fetal position. No, that's it.
He loves like grungy shit.
Yeah.
Right.
He's an energy punk rock kind of guy who's really into trauma.
Yeah.
It's trauma.
And he's been listed as the creative director or full director of basically every game they've made.
Except Bleeding Edge.
Except Bleeding Edge, yes.
So then it goes, who's directing this?
Uh-huh.
Bob?
Oh, my God.
Do you know?
Yeah. It's being directed by 3 people currently.
Okay.
Let's see. The environmental art director, Dan Atwell. The visual effects director, Mark
Slater Tunstall.
And the audio director, David Garcia. All of those
people worked on Bleeding Edge.
Uh-huh.
If I remember correctly, the visual effects guy or the audio guy wasn't even there before that game. That's the only one they shipped at Ninja Theory.
Okay.
This is a weird trio of people to lead the game.
Right. None of those are story or gameplay-oriented directorial roles.
Right. No prior directing experience.
No prior...
Yeah.
This sounds alarmingly like Tamim left them in the lurch.
Yeah, it sounds like he left soon after they were bought by Microsoft. He just got his big paycheck. He's like, okay, I'm out.
Well, it was 2022 seemingly, so that would have been 3 years.
Yeah.
Because they were bought in 2019, thus how we got Bleeding Edge in 2020, if I have my timeline correct.
God.
Yeah, I don't know.
This might be another fucking Redfall for Microsoft.
This seems crazy. Like we were saying, I don't like the guy, but he's obviously an important part of that company. I'm surprised that that he was able to leave without anyone knowing.
So the part for this that makes me raise an eyebrow is the part where no one at the studio even told them, but Microsoft officially was like, oh, he's no longer working on the game. The only reason you would keep that as hush as this is, other than all of Microsoft Game Studios is burning to the ground, is if hush money was involved and he was relieved of his role because of a scandal.
Right. Always a possibility.
That is a possibility, yeah.
Yeah, I'm deeply suspicious given certain elements of his writing.
Man, if finding this out, if it's a scandal, us finding this out means that a scandal about that game might come out on top of it.
Yeah, because we have enough lead time now. You know, that game's coming out in the middle of May. That some sort of press sneak fuck, might be able to burrow through some holes in the next 6 weeks and get something. Steal some cheese from the company fridge.
Reggie loves that.
But at the same time, like, he still tweeted like, "Oh man, it's so great to see Ninja Theory there at the Game Awards 2023." Like, he still did that, which I feel like if he was banished from reality for a scandal, he maybe would not mention them at all.
Yeah, it's well.
So it might
I mean,
just be like, I got a fucking enormous amount of money. Goodbye.
I mean, yeah, if you get removed from a place involuntarily, and that place is something you built from the ground up for 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
you probably have a lot of
his mouth. I feel like Tamim would have run in, unless it's something where they have him like dead to rights.
Yeah,
Right.
And it's like I would be in legal trouble if this came out.
right. And
So
that's
none of this looks good. This looks
Right.
good from 0 angles.
yeah, because either they hit it because they know that's a sign that the game's troubled and they don't want to talk about it, or they hit it because there's a scandal.
Right. Yeah, this whole thing's really weird. I feel like we typically don't see this where, oh, that guy left months ago, but we never heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, usually it's, oh, on the spot, such and such creative directors left this Microsoft studio because of course.
And usually the way you hear it is their LinkedIn updated and they work somewhere else.
Right.
Or they updated their LinkedIn and they're done working there. Tamim, however, he, as I understand it, built that studio from the ground up. So he definitely got millions of dollars out of Microsoft buying them.
Right, exactly.
So his next career move was party rocking, I believe.
Fair.
So
Yes.
Yeah.
the way
Please,
they
please just go clubbing for the rest of your life and do not ruin other people's lives if you are a rich person who just had to leave the company that you got millions of dollars from. Please do not be Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
Do not start multiple scams where you do not want to try very hard and do some weird shit to other people's occupations and lives. Please.
So the way they describe this game, where it's like combat will be hard and visceral and always one-on-one, do you think that thing with throwing spears at the giants just isn't in the game?
I bet that's a very early part of the game, and it's in it for that one part. Because they needed to get something that looked gameplay-ish to show for that segment years ago. That is what I assume.
Right. Yeah, I don't.
They couldn't throw it away because they spent too much money on
It
it.
took too much money.
Anyways.
What a worrying project.
Yeah.
Another game without any visual mode to detect either. It's just got, this is how the game runs. There's
Yeah.
no performance mode. There's no quality mode. It's just, yeah.
I you know, when they bought them, I thought this would be the return of Ninja Theory back to the AAA stuff because, you know, they made Heavenly Sword, they made Enslaved, they made racist Xbox Smash Bros. I thought, you know, that they would get a bit more back into that era of things instead of just, here's a multiplayer game that's kind of half-baked. Here's
like all the
here's how
stuff from
Blade
Hellblade really seemed like it was going to be like a triple A full experience. I'm really curious if that just didn't happen.
Yeah, you have to wonder if his departure is a reason.
And it got fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, is this going to be 5 hours long and still feel empty?
Yeah. It's very curious. Well, let's move on to Chris's news.
So, Final Fantasy 14 on Xbox is a disaster. First of all, Xbox laid off hundreds of customer service employees in their most recent bout of layoffs. The Xbox word filter is so aggressive and stupid, it hits the following things. Thanalan for anal.
Is that like a main city in Final Fantasy 14? Okay.
Can we not talk about canals either?
Probably not.
Harvest dance because ST space D.
Wow.
Night because of NIG inside the word.
How did this not come up earlier?
And LFG as in looking for group, LFG space 2 as in also, because FG space T. And people have just been posting more and more things where they're playing on Xbox and shit's getting censored. It might act, I don't think anybody's completely tested it yet. It might make the game, it might make you not able to get through this game's story, because there are quests where you have to use the speech function to talk to an NPC as like a cute thing.
Mhm.
And nobody has tested all of those to see if it works with this bizarre word filter, because it just turns the offending things into question marks. There has also been reports of just using the term free company gets you in trouble, which is the Final Fantasy XIV version of guilds. Or using the word class, which, you know, is a word that you'd never use in a Final Fantasy game.
Because it has the word ass in it?
No, because maybe because of that, or maybe because, like, classism.
How? Okay,
Is it-
so 1 second. I just want to get this thought out there because it has been a while since I've had to say this, and I really, now is the time. No one uses their Xboxes.
Yeah, none. I was just gonna say the same thing.
Nobody.
Like, nobody's ever played an Xbox game that's multiplayer.
Every journalist you hear who says they don't use it. No one uses their Xbox.
Is this the first MMO on an Xbox? I don't think it is. It might be the first one was players.
Elder Scrolls is in there.
The first one was players.
But people are getting their Xbox accounts banned for this shit, which loses them their fucking digital purchases.
Whoa.
Here's how bad this is. Jez Corden did an article tearing Microsoft a new one over this.
So about they're losing Xbox guys like it's the fucking end of Ava and they're all exploding into LCL.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I gotta hand it to him. His core point, which is, why are we paying for this the online services if you won't even have humans double checking things?
Right? You turned your 99% profit margin into 99.9999%. This is insane.
Yeah.
How is it this bad over there?
Like, I have to imagine that Square Enix is so fucking pissed. Microsoft hassled them for years, being like, please support us as much as PlayStation, please, please. And it's like, again, after Visions of Mana, I'll be stunned if Square Enix gives a shit ever again.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way this just like, oh, we didn't know this would happen. This was definitely seen. And there's a whole chunk of that management ladder that needs to be pilloried for shit like this.
No, it's true.
This is what I mean. This is the exact sort of thing I mean when I talk about companies becoming too big to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, Microsoft can't do anything now. Nobody knows who's in charge of what. I'm willing to bet that right now, because this only happened a couple days ago, right now there's probably a fucking shitstorm going on being like, who's in charge of this? How do I get in contact with them? How do we even begin to fix it?
Yeah, you could probably trace a spider web of memos about this exact problem that not only didn't fix the problem, but somehow ended up constructing an enormous torture cube and trapping several people inside.
Yes.
Was that the plot of the movie Cell? Or The Cube?
The Cube.
Cube, yeah.
Oh.
And I feel like the solution to this will not be these memos eventually getting somewhere where it solves the problem.
No.
The solution will be eventually enough people will stop playing it so it's no longer a reported problem,
Right.
which is insane.
That seems like what's probably going to happen. But you'd think if people were already paying twice as much as any other platform to play Final Fantasy XIV on your platform, because again, on PlayStation, you don't need a PS Plus sub.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And on Xbox, you need Xbox Game Pass Core, that fake thing they made up to bolster the number of Game Pass. So yeah, I think Bob's right. I think it's just going to be, well, everybody learn not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel real bad for the 3 people who actually genuinely wanted to play this game on Xbox. I feel really bad for Square Enix, who now has to support this dog shit version of the game for bare minimum 5 years. Because if they don't, it's a huge PR disaster on their end.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let me get my news again. I accidentally lost that tab.
Just the thought of like
Hey, more Microsoft news. Microsoft is launching an Xbox chatbot to help with customer support. I wonder if that's related to the last news point.
Oh man, guess what? An Xbox chatbot won't be able to do.
What?
Help with anything.
Oh, right. It's just gonna write words.
Yeah.
But Bob, that's not true. They said it'll be able to do all kinds of things, even process refunds.
I want
Which
that.
means
refund my Xbox Series X right now.
Right? Pretend to be my grandma and give me free Game Pass for life.
Right?
Yeah, like it's. I feel like the inevitable end is something like that, where it happens what happened with that Air Canada chatbot, where it invented a refund policy that didn't exist, and then a court said, this thing represents you.
Yeah. And
You don't get to say it doesn't.
I hope that court case makes everyone back out of this. But here, Microsoft is announcing we're starting now.
This has been this is getting ahead to a different news point, but this has been a really bad week for AI in general. For one, a company, a prosecutor tried to bring in AI enhanced footage.
Right.
And the judge said, no. If you bring that up again, I'll throw you out of my fucking courtroom.
Now, people of the jury, you'll notice my client is white. Well, I have this footage, enhanced by AI, where you could clearly see the person who robbed this convenience store wasn't white. And it's like, yeah, no, we're not doing this, sir.
But the judge's exact thing was, I'm not turning this into a trial inside a second trial about the veracity of AI enhanced footage. Get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
The ESRB also floated an idea for AI powered age verification that required you to submit a picture of yourself so it could go off your face. This is not like submit a selfie to play GTA 6. This is the Child's Online Protection Act related. So it is scan your face so we know if we can store data on you. And the FTC seemingly sent back a one-word response of no.
I feel like when they first thought of this idea, we had it on Big Think, and this was literally what we predicted. Like any government agency with an adult in charge, they're not going to deny your request. They're going to stare at you blankly for several moments and say, get the fuck out of my office.
And apparently behind the scenes, advertising agencies are like, not advertising agencies, but the clients for advertising agencies are like, we better not see any fucking AI shit anywhere near anything we give you. We'll kill you. Because they don't want the copyright issues.
Mm-hmm.
And they also don't want the issue of, are you going to use our work to train your AI to then work for our competitor?
Oh.
And apparently this is also heard at GDC recently, where a lot of companies are going, we're not using generative AI for all these exact reasons.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to use a bunch of generative AI shit, and then the EU says all that shit's illegal.
Yep.
Like,
can't wait to find out.
You're susceptible to copyright infringement on all this shit.
Yeah. In that same vein, I can't wait to find out 6 months from now that Microsoft's customer service chatbot is really 2,000 people in India.
Yeah, if you didn't hear about that, Amazon's you don't have to check out at your store at our convenience store. You just put things in your basket and leave. It's AI powered. Was actually like 2,000 Indian employees watching everyone on camera and manually watching what you picked up and charging it to you.
Are you fucking real? Wow.
No, this is totally real. I think one of the authors of the piece who was like, we had to wait until April 2nd to post this story.
Yeah, because that sounds like
because that's happened with other things, but not a physical retail store. Jesus Christ.
Right? And that's some dream thing that they've been pretending they could roll out farther for years.
And so somebody who worked on it talked to me and was like, who worked on the original version of it, was like, I only worked on this for a little time. At some point, it was real. And then it looked like when they had to expand it beyond one experimental location, it became hire 2,000 people for $1 an hour and have them stalk everybody through cameras. Surprise! Almost every big AI phenomenon is actually a mechanical Turk.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Amazon's AI department is called Amazon Mechanical Turk. You don't know what a Mechanical Turk is? It's an old ass scam where a guy said he invented a chess playing robot in like the 30s, but inside the chess playing robot was a tiny grandmaster he had stuck inside the box.
Okay.
Man, it's going to be really cool when when Nvidia's stock collapses 90% overnight and the shareholders do like the opening of RoboCop on the CEO.
Yeah, I have to wonder whether or not all those tensor cores that could be better integrated into the rest of the GPU design evaporate within the few years after that, because they add so much to production cost. We'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, you know what? I forgot to write a bespoke news bullet.
Oh, what's that?
Immortals of Avium was in fact the Antichrist. It is bringing frame generation to consoles.
No.
I'm excited. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna post it on Twitter and be like, "Look at the future. Look what Nvidia invented for no reason other than to make their marketing department happy, so they could lie to you." God, it's gonna look like such dog shit. It's gonna look just changing your weapons is gonna look like a nightmare.
Even more of a nightmare.
Because already is bad.
Because they didn't program motion vectors into the effect for turning your arm into a different shape. Now it's going to be TV soap opera mode on top of that. My hope for this is that it will get frame generation out of the hands of people who are tech bros, who think it looks good because it looks smoother, into the hands of the average person who looks at it and goes, this looks like ass. Here's the problem, though. They put it in Immortals of Avium.
Yeah, so no one's actually going to see it.
But Immortals of Avium is a PS Plus game for April. You can go get Immortals of Avium right now.
Only
in
if you have PS
I already
Plus.
redeemed it.
No, it's
basic
normal
PS Plus.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it is a normal
It's on the
PS
basic
Plus.
plan.
God.
So everyone
That
go
game
and
sold
register
0
Immortals of
copies.
Avium.
My God. That's
Rise
insane.
up, Immortals heads.
It's sigil up, gamers.
They have that thing where on PC it has to engage a bunch of extra things to make it lower latency to make this sort of technology work
On NVIDIA.
on NVIDIA. How is this going? Is this just going to increase like?
Input latency immensely, yes.
Okay, I just checking.
Yes.
It was like there's no way that they actually figured anything out like that on
Because
console.
FSR2, the older version FSR2, that, by the way, I found out later, you know how they made the good FSR, like really recently, and showed it off at GDC?
Uh-huh.
The most recent version of FSR before that, 2.2, came out a year and a half prior. They did not update out that algorithm for a year and a half. Wow. So anyway, that thing adds the same amount of latency seemingly as DLSS does for temporal AA solutions. But when it comes to the frame generation shit, they don't have that. And Anti-Lag Plus actually causes a lot of problems with games thinking it's some sort of like, piracy thing. It's some sort of cheat thing. So a lot of games like Valorant got flagged like, oh, Anti-Lag Plus from AMD is like literally you hacking the game and would ban people. We covered that on Big Think a while ago. I don't think you're going to be able to integrate anything like Anti-Lag Plus on consoles. If they could have, they probably should have by now. Sony needs it more than Microsoft because on average, Xbox has less input latency on games because of some weird back-end thing. This is going to be a nightmare. Yeah, no, AMD did promise Anti-Lag Plus is coming back and won't do that again.
Last Xbox thing for this week, thankfully. So apparently people in Japan play testing Metaphor ReFantasio is enough players to get Metaphor ReFantasio in the top 5 most played Xbox games for that region.
One thing binds us all. No one is using their Xboxes.
Yeah, when I got that report and talked about it, you were in like the top 30% of players on Xbox. It was like, I've hardly turned that thing on.
Uh-huh.
That was enough of him for me. I don't need more stats like this. This is insane.
If we were at Xbox, we would be wondering how Phil doesn't have multiple public breakdowns.
And for more clarification, we talked about a couple weeks ago how the year-over-year sales in Europe for PlayStation versus Xbox. If you want an actual number, in 2023, estimates are Xbox sold 60,000 series. The year, the continent, 60,000.
Which part of, you said Europe? Which part of that? Which part? Like a whole year?
Mainland does
like a whole year? A whole year. It's you know, the
now,
360 would ship that in 1 week. You know that, right?
That does not include the UK. The UK is calculated separately. But for all of mainland Europe, they have nothing. They have nobody. It's fucking over.
No, they're going to release Hellblade 2 and sell a bajillion copies.
It's amazing how for years, ever since the Series X launched, it has been locked in. This company is terminal. Xbox cannot solve its problem.
Mm-hmm.
And for almost 4 full years, because the first sign was May 2020.
Mm-hmm.
That was when it really became, this is not how you launch a console. And then they did the next showing the next month and it went, this is not ready. What do you mean you did this to Halo? What is going on? We've just had people be like, what are you talking about? They're just as good as Sony. And in the last 4 months alone, everyone went, they're fucking dead.
Yeah, it
and
feels
now
like
it's too late. You can't correct the ship now. It's under fucking water. We are at the part of the ship going down where it's about to snap in half because the front half is up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They could have course corrected even 3 years ago. I think they still could have course corrected, but it's too fucking late now.
Right, and this is the sort of thing that's definitely caused by a company that buys companies, lays people off, and then forces them to use contract labor that's outsourced for only up to 18 months to ship every game.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking about like how could have Xbox every single other thing could be the same, but if it wasn't for that contractor thing, they would have been able to at least continue at the Xbox One rate.
Right.
They would at least be shipping games. There would be any reason for anybody to own an Xbox.
No hyperbole. Halo Infinite could be fine right now. Because all you heard about Halo Infinite's development was them running up against that issue and going insane.
Mm-hmm.
Forget Gears 6. We'd be looking like Gears 7 would be about to come out. We'd be on the Halo after Halo Infinite. Fable would have already been out. Perfect Dark would have already been out. Everwild, if it exists at all, would have already been out. But none of these things can come out because people can't have experience on the fucking projects.
It's kind of crazy. It feels like the straw that broke the camel's back was the Activision purchase actually happening. And then everything around them seemed to collapse.
Yeah, and then the people in the higher tiers of the C-suite looked at the Xbox division and are like, you got to make some money now.
They're like, oh, right, we have to make some money now. Okay, well, let's start doing things that we wouldn't do before that make money. And then the public goes, hey, why are you doing that thing you would only do if your asses were broke? They're like, I am very rich and have a large penis. Leave me alone.
It was really great throughout the entire Activision Blizzard debacle. People were going like, yeah, they'll buy this company and that'll save them. Like, no, like they're trying to buy this company and then plug it in to a machine that they don't have.
You bought the Sega CD. You don't have
the 32X.
Yeah, you don't have a Genesis.
You don't have the Genesis.
Like they bought this huge wagon load of corn and grain and brought it back to the mill, but there's no grindstone in there. You don't have the process to capitalize on owning any of this shit.
Sir,
It's too fucking late.
all the Call of Duty content ended at the bottom of the shaft, completely unrefined, unable to form a game.
Like,
God,
what is this? Bread? This is a sack of corn.
I'm genuine. Like, is this going to actually be how Call of Duty dies? Like, if they just can't get them out anymore because of the contracting shit.
It's in the middle of the 64 hours of streaming we did in the last week. I just started talking to Bob about this is it. This is the most terrifying year for Call of Duty ever.
Mm-hmm.
We're finally there. This may break it.
And if Call of Duty's gone for like 2 years, it's over.
Yeah, no, it needs that.
The spell is broken.
Yeah, because you know the number one problem with all of Microsoft's IPs? They've been gone.
Right.
Microsoft broke the spell on Bethesda.
It's
Like,
so
Bethesda's
insane.
spell got broken.
It's so insane. And the fact that no one will listen to any of the shit we've said for years because they assume it's some console fanboy shit is fucking insane. Like, that just...
Let's move past that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's... I just...
This is-
Every week, it's just every week there's a new thing, like a new thing caught a flame.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the whole thing collapses soon. Hollow Knight Silk Song has been rated in Korea. It might be showing up soon. It might be this year. It might be real.
Chris Wolfhard of Big Think Dimension says the next Nintendo Direct will show Silk Song
Sure,
with a date.
maybe. Fucking anything could happen.
Right.
So, Yellow Brick Games, that is a studio headed by Dragon Age creator Mike Laidlaw and Ubisoft veterans, announced Eternal Strands. This studio opened in 2020. The game mostly features like their kind of... She looks like a Ubisoft character. Their very Ubisoft character-looking heroine doing bad-looking action game combat and doing Shadow of the Colossus climbing on big enemies.
What gen is it? I'm dizzy.
Right.
And the game has a lot of tech demo-y things, like she has telekinesis and can throw objects. And part of this game is going to be like temperature manipulation, and it shows her like like blocking a giant from walking in real time by shooting an ice beam at it and like obstructing it with ice crystals. And I'm like, that shit's not real. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, they actually, I think today IGN put out more of a video of it, so you can see them kind of doing this boss fight, but it sounds like the idea with this game is like Shadow of Colossus, but the gigantic monsters roam a much larger area. So they're like, oh yeah, you can fight this fire giant in the winter area, and it'll be easier to fight him because the temperature is lower and all this stuff. I'm like, that sounds neat.
Do I have instant transmission? Can I just touch the giant and move us to an ideal fight location?
No, of course not.
That'd be fucking sick.
It would be.
Oh man, wait, we have never had a video game where the player character takes the enemies to their mind dimension. That would be really good. Usually it's the other way around.
This is supposed to be next year, I believe.
What?
That it's supposed to be out next year.
Yeah. I feel like this...
What?
I don't feel like it's as fake as Chris thinks it is, but I think that it's going to be insanely hollow.
This game, the studio was made in 2020 and they're already shipping a game? That seems... I heard that was impossible. What? Is it a real game or is it one of those non-games as a service games? I feel like obviously it's unfair to compare any of the studios Sony founded with this. Because this is going to be a dumb game that sells once on a disc, not an infinite game. Or I'm wrong and they've revealed that it's a game as a service.
Add more giants.
Season 1's plan, fight 37 more giants.
And finally, we forgot to talk about Judas last week, so let's talk about it this week.
Okay.
We got a bunch of details about Judas.
Yeah, that guy betrayed Jesus. Not sure if you knew about it.
What? Spoilers. I haven't finished the book yet.
According to Ken,
Ken Levine,
this
yeah.
game, Ken Levine, this is the culmination of his narrative Lego philosophy he coined 10 years ago. So the game seemingly will have roguelike elements. I'm kind of scared that this game is just going to be Returnal again.
Oh my God, you're right.
Oh
no, this is Deathloop.
No.
It seems like my assumption is that it has this weird roguelike structure with different areas piled together because they couldn't make a game. Like they didn't have the resources to make a linear, these are the levels of our game thing. It was easier to make these procedurally generated chunks. There's a non-linear mission structure. He said characters are alive like in Shadow of Mordor and remember the things you do, and you have to align with one of these faction leaders.
So does he call them narrative Legos because he builds a thing and then his friend comes over, looks at his stupid thing he built, disassembles it, and assembles a cool thing that anyone would want? BioShock Infinite jokes. We got them.
Man, I didn't read a lot about this. I did not know it was that. I think a lot of people are going to be fooled and super upset. Like the few people who bought We Happy Few.
I think a number of people are going to buy this and go, it's fucking Deathloop. The least you could have done was run 3 years of trailers about it.
But Deathloop, it has like a static environment, doesn't it?
Yes.
From the descriptions, this isn't going to be that. Like the way he describes is like, oh, it has a branching narrative. You might be the last person alive in the universe. You're talking to these people, but it's through projections. They might not be real. Makes me think this is just going to be a roguelike. And and since you're playing as a woman, it's going to end with her being lobotomized. Spoilers for Judas.
You can't say those on Big Think. You got to save that for the premonitions.
Premonition should have a chance of not being real.
I mean, true. Coming in with premonitions that are 100% going to happen because you already know is coward shit. You need a chance of failure so that way you look brave. So I'm going to say she won't be lobotomized. That's my premonition.
What if she lobotomizes a version of herself that isn't her? Does that count?
That you're lobotomizing me with that premonition. That's how brilliant that is. Anyways, that's it. That's it for news. God. I'm so excited for Judas.
I hope that Judas just comes out unceremoniously at the end of the year.
I actually am less excited for Judas based on the things he just said.
I'm like, it's not the most revolutionary game ever made. I'm so, because they also talk about stuff like, well, if you die, you'll be resurrected somewhere else on the ship. Which makes me think, man, is this really just a roguelike? Like, did you make Returnal again? Like, well, not again, but did you make Returnal, your own Returnal?
Right. I assume this is going to end up ultimately being something between a Returnal and a Deathloop, which is just sad for both ends of that.
Yeah, right?
Because it's not going to have the cool ultimate idea of Deathloop that comes at the end of Deathloop that I never wanted to engage with anyway. But it's conceptually neat and unique to it. And it's also not going to be the core experience that's arcadey and visceral about Returnal.
Yeah, like BioShock combat isn't something that I feel like most people are like, oh man, I just want 100 variations of a combat room in a BioShock song.
Oh my God, no.
That doesn't seem right.
Right.
He did talk about other things like, they're still hacking, they're still getting these doors open, but all that stuff still fits into a roguelike structure. Like there's roguelike games like that already.
Right.
Like there's some, I forget what it's called. There's some cyberpunk detective game on Steam that's like a procedurally generated cyberpunk detective roguelike where each case is procedurally generated.
We forgot to mention that Dark Void was made by the people who made Murdered Soul Suspect.
Jeez. Guess you better hop on that game at some point.
Limbs go everywhere.
But yeah, that's our news.
We're free from the news.
Let me make sure there wasn't any sudden immediate news. No, there's not. We're safe.
Well, tomorrow Bob and I are streaming Silent Hill 3. And then that's it. We streamed for 64 hours in the last 7 days, excluding this stream right now. So
Yeah, that'll make us the 8-day work week. Is that right? 9?
wait, 8. No, you're right.
Okay.
No, you're wrong. It is 9. Because it's Thursday to Wednesday, 7 days. And then another Thursday and Friday makes 9.
But you didn't. You took Saturday off. So.
Oh, that's true.
That's a technicality.
It is a when one day runs into the other
Right.
that heavily. But yes, it is technically we had Saturday off. So they say.
alleged day off.
Yep. Yeah, I'm entitled to overtime pay rate. Wait until the timer disappears and then compensate me. Thank you. Please leave out a plate of black coffee.
Dan, you need more time on the timer to soak you so you can soak it up during your infinite wealth streams.
No. No. I'm dying.
You can just be like, okay, Bob, for the next 5 days, I'll stream it for 12 hours a day.
That was
While
kind of
eating a jar of pickles.
That was kind of the plan, but then other things have arisen, so that will not be the plan, sadly. Chris, I hear you're also streaming Silent Hill 3.
Yep, I am. See, this is Dan's payback for the Demon Pit. I can't watch his stream at all, of course, but he can come rubberneck at mine.
And I can just go. And then there will
for that thing.
And then there will be another boat, and he'll get across another lake really easily, and I'll be like, "No, this should be 13 minutes."
Did you know that apparently in hard mode you have to fucking swirl the sticks like you're using oars?
That should have been in normal mode.
Yeah, it should have been. That'd been hilarious.
Yeah, it's like Ape Escape, where you have to like do that. It's like a furikuri motion, you know?
Is it you guys? Is it true that on the fucking HD collection, the light that shows you're heading anywhere near where you need to be going just isn't there?
There's a light?
I don't feel like we saw that in
Yeah,
either
there's
version.
Oh, well, there's a light in mine. I was like, oh, that's where I need to go. That's the light. It gets bigger as you get closer to it.
What the fuck?
That feels like something that should have been there.
And wait, on the boat specifically.
Yeah, on the
Okay.
boat.
Yeah.
Yes. That was there, but it lied. I saw it get big for Bob, and then it stopped getting bigger as Bob went forward. Question mark. And I was screaming. There was a lot of screaming.
Man, I don't even want to know how Troy Baker sounds in that HD version of the game. That just sounds like that idea makes my teeth itch.
Oh yeah. We didn't play it redubbed, did we?
Oh, because they added the dub after the patch, so we
Yeah.
played it unpatched because we wanted to see how silly and broken it was, and it's like it wasn't as broken as we thought.
Oh,
I think that's right, at least.
I can't remember. I think I would have noticed if we were playing the redubbed version because the original deliveries are so
iconic.
I don't know. Maybe I was pretty underwhelmed by how broken. You know, Aliens Colonial Marines kind of like
Yeah.
Silent Hill 2 HD, except for Silent Hill 2 HD was, you know, more fantastically gaudy, for certain. But anyways. Did you have anything else to promote in the short term, Chris?
Nope.
Hey, I agree.
We're doing Silent Hill 3, and then after that we might just skip right into Mass Effect Andromeda because I'm like, we gotta get this shit done.
And this is great because that's like a pressure release valve on us ever playing it. That feels awesome. I was certain for a while now that I would have to, and now we're good.
Your destiny will put you in Mass Effect someday. There is no escaping it on a lot. It's a shooter. Dragon Age, that's an RPG. That's not your wheelhouse at all. But Mass Effect's a shooter.
And
You
we did
can't
play
run
Dark
forever.
Void. And Dark Void is mostly Mass Effect aesthetics for some reason. We're going to have to make sure we're in the right mindset to enjoy Mass Effect. So we're going to have to watch That's My Bush. Wow. Far more heinous than me bringing up Pepper Ann. Far more heinous. Hey, Aggro.
Yes, sir.
What you got going on?
I'm contemplating becoming a human rubber banding mechanic and hopping back and forth between 2 different streams of Silent Hill 3. And whoever is behind, I will use the ahead stream to backseat game you into progressing faster to sort of see if I can keep you guys neck and neck.
Okay, I'll make
They're
sure
not-
to get my VOD going in time for you to just play the VOD, like, and start both playthroughs identically, because we're doing Friday and he's doing Saturday, so that way you can have our crisp 4K. Make sure you backseat and go, wow, this VOD looks so much better than your stream, Chris, because duh, that's the difference between a recording and a stream.
Well, why didn't he just encode it right?
Hey,
Skill
I'll be playing
issue.
the PC version at a higher resolution,
Ooh,
so it might still look better.
I
Well,
think
there
the
you
only,
go.
I think the only thing that looked bad about the PC version of Silent Hill 2 was the lights weren't as nice. Because the PS2 does a very specific lighting thing that not even the Xbox version of 2
The
does.
lighting in that PC version was really good in places, though. Like, it had that Alan Wake 2 dream darkness.
Dream darkness.
It's a very specific kind of darkness.
Yeah.
Advanced darkness.
Well, that's going to do it for this episode of Big Think Dimension.
The first episode of Big Think Dimension post Jim Ryan.
Oh, I guess he's gone.
Honestly, I'm just glad he's... Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is only possible because of your support over on patreon.com/GB podcast, where you can jump on over and push your way through our backlog of excellent content, such as many movie commentaries, many early accesses to series of podcasts, and much, much more. That's patreon.com/GB podcast.